Hello and welcome to our DVD. This is the one where you're going to learn all about production and audio and lighting for interiors, and also how to use reflectors and all kinds of little devices for outdoor applications as well. You're also going to learn a little bit about editing and about lines of movement, direction, actors, all kinds of information before we get started with the actual movie production, which is what's going to be for the next 10 or so hours after this. So we are shooting in a New York City style studio backlot in Burbank, California. And to tell you a little bit about the video that you're going to see here coming up, we primarily use cuts and push slide transitions, which kind of push the frame off the edge of the screen. And we use very few dissolves because we don't want to kind of fool your eye into getting into this whole dissolved, soft kind of look. So here's our studio, and you're going to see our lights here that we're going to be using pretty much for the duration of the production. For the next 12 hours that you're going to be watching this production, we're going to be using all of these lights. And also, what I'm going to go ahead and do for the next few minutes is tell you about each one of these lights, primarily as a way of understanding the instruments that we're using. So the first one we're using is the RE 2000 watt Fresnel. It's stand mounted. It is able to push and get you a really good lux rating, as you can see on the back wall there, from really far away. And then we're going to also use the RE 1000 watt Fresnel, which is also stand mounted. The RE 650 is pretty much the workhorse of the set. It's the one we're going to use the most. Here's the 650 again from another angle, and you can see how far away it is from the back wall compared to the 300 and the 150. The 300 watt is great for backlights. It's primarily the backlight king of production. The size of the lens is perfect for making a backlight. And then after that, we're going to get into the 150. The 150 Fresnel is going to be the best light that you can use for rim lighting or kicker lights from the sides of the actor, and also for spotlighting certain details in the set. The reason being is it's just the right wattage. You never have to dim it up or down. And then we also have the 400 watt HMI PAR unit. And this one, as you can see, produces a blue light on the background as opposed to a tungsten light, because we are at tungsten white balance right now as opposed to daylight white balance. That requires a ballast as well too. It's a complex, expensive light to use, but we'll show you in the next 12 hours exactly how to get the most out of it. There's the throw of the 2000 watt Fresnel. You can see exactly what kind of spot is generating from that distance at that exposure. There's the 1000 watt spot. You can see how the size of that circle gets smaller and smaller. The larger lights not only can throw more light, but they can also throw it over a larger area. So the bigger the light, the more of a spread you're going to get, and the longer of a throw. Here's the 300 watt right now, and that's the spread it's going to have on a back wall at about that distance. And coming up is the little 150, which is one of my favorite little lights. And you can see the large circle that the HMI is producing at that exposure. This is all at the exact same exposure at about f5.6. It's at 5500 degrees Kelvin daylight output, so the light appears blue when the white balance is set at 3200 degrees Kelvin.
The lamp requires an associated ballast, and that ballast will feed the proper voltage and power to an igniter, which ignites the lamp, giving us a light output of an HMI that's 4 times brighter than the same wattage lamp in tungsten. Therefore, with only a 200 watt HMI bulb, we can get the equivalent light output that we would get from an 800 watt tungsten halogen lamp, which would require even more than what this 650 is able to do. The second thing about the HMI lamp is the color temperature of the light is at daylight. In order to match the color temperature with the tungsten lamp, we would have to add a blue filter in the front of the light that would reduce about 50% of the light output. So in actuality, this HMI lamp at 200 watts is putting out the equivalent light of what a 1600 watt tungsten bulb would have to do in a fixture, with a blue filter knocking it down 50%, and only then would you have an equivalent.
And you'll see that we use that little kind of symbol, that little squiggly symbol. That denotes approximately. So whenever you see that, it says this is approximately where we're at. The reason being is that you can't really measure exactly what the HMI is putting out unless you actually use a color meter. So there's our model, Laura. She's a very nice young lady. You're going to be seeing her a lot. She was also one of the actresses in our movie. There she is at tungsten 3200 degrees Kelvin white balance in that HMI light. She looks blue, but when we change over to daylight white balance, she goes into the correct color. The reason being is that the bulb was intended to mimic the look of daylight, the color of daylight, so that you can use it in conjunction with daylight and fill in shadows that are produced by the sun or in daylight conditions.
This fixture right now has 2900 Kelvin tungsten lamps in it, and the camera is balanced for daylight. That's why it looks a little orange to you right now. Once I switch the camera, now you can see that it goes back to its normal white color because the camera's balanced to that level.
Now we're going to talk about modifier tests for silks, black nets, and flags. What are all these things? Well, a silk primarily is what we're going to see right here. It's kind of like a very soft, thin white material that is used to diffuse a light source and make the light appear bigger to the model. And we're going to see exactly what it does. The net is that the black netting material in the back there with the red rim. And what it does is it just cuts down the intensity of the light, but it doesn't diffuse it. The flag, what it's doing right there with that key light, is it's there to cut the amount of light entirely. It does not allow any light to pass through. So silks and other diffusers enlarge the light source and wrap the light around the subject. They convert a specular hard light into a diffuse soft light.
Cinegel number 3026, brought in 2 or 3 feet in front of the light source, has a very dramatic effect on the overall quality of the light. It obliterates all the shadows and gives you a perfect soft field.
So in all of our tests, the model is 8 feet to the key light, 10 feet to the camera, 9 feet from the back wall, and 24 feet from the kicker light. The kicker light is a 650 watt RE tungsten light. It comes in from the left side of the frame, and it kind of makes an edge around her body so you can separate her from the background. And also the key light is going to be our main light source, which is all the lights that we just saw in that pass-through of all the RE lights. We're going to discuss every single one of those lights as being a key light. And also, the back wall is that actual brick wall. We're 9 feet from the back wall, and we're 10 feet to the camera. Now, for the actual modifier tests, for actually testing the nets and the silks and all those modifiers, we're going to use a 2000 watt stand-mounted RE Fresnel, which is that first light that we saw at the beginning. So we're at f4.0 is that symbol that you see in the bottom left-hand corner. That's the exposure that's set at the camera. And right now, when you see where there's the text that says no modifier right there in the center, that means we're not using a black silk or a net or a flag in the frame. And when we use it, we'll actually tell you what we're using exactly and the grade of it. So, in this situation right here, we're going to live video. You can see the model is finally moving now. We're going to drop in a one-stop silk. Now, what's a one-stop silk? A one-stop silk is going to absorb half the light that is being directed at it. So we'll have to make an exposure compensation, as you can see there, with the iris dial. And so here we are brightening up the frame, and we're going to an f2.8 exposure, where we were at an f4.0 before. So watch this. This is a medium shot, just to really show you exactly what that diffuser is doing. And we're at f4.0 with no modifier. There's no silk in the frame right now. And watch what happens when we drop it in. Everything gets a lot softer. The shadows get a lot softer. You can see her hair better. It's not as stark. Now here it is in a close-up. You can see when we actually drop it in right there, you can see the kind of her face tones, everything changes, the highlights on her face change, but you really can't tell what's happening to the shadow because the back wall is too far away from her. You can't really see the shadow. So we dropped in a white card right behind her so you can really see what's going to happen to that shadow right behind her. So here she is, and here we drop in the one-stop silk, and you can really see that shadow get really diffused. But it's really going to get diffused when we drop in a two-stop silk coming up here, which absorbs 4 times as much light as not having a silk at all, but it's really thick, so it really makes a very nice soft shadow. So look at that shadow back there. It is so soft right now. We're going to point it out for you. That's what you're looking for, is the edge of that shadow and how soft it becomes when you put in a two-stop silk as opposed to either a one-stop, which is that one right there. You can see the edge of the shadow right there. And we're also going to show you without any silk at all, with just the light hitting her, and what it's going to look like. And you're going to really see the difference. Look at that. It's a really dark, deep shadow. It has a very definite edge. It's good for certain applications, but for doing close-ups and stuff, it's good to diffuse the shadow a little bit. Now we're going to start using the black net, which is that black net with the red rim that we saw before. This is a one-stop black net. As you can see, all it does is it knocks down the intensity of the light without affecting the shadow quality or the quality of the light itself. It doesn't diffuse it. It doesn't make it softer. It's the same shadow. It's just more dim, so we have to make an exposure adjustment with the camera. So here's how you use it. If you have a one-stop net, you can actually reduce the intensity that's only hitting her body, for instance, only her outfit, and draw more attention to her face. And here's what happens when we take it away. It's just a one even exposure all the way down. Now here's what happens when we put in a flag. A flag just cuts all the light entirely that you're going to see through the flag. It's a completely opaque material. So when it goes in, it just completely flags the light that is actually hitting her costume from the key light. And all you see is just the rim light separating her body from the background. Flags are absolutely fantastic tools. They are probably one of the most useful tools that you have on the set to, and we'll show you exactly how to use them, to cut light off of certain areas of the set entirely. And I'm sure you've heard the old adage, it's not what you light, it's what you don't light. So what you flag the light off of the background, the unimportant parts of the background, or the things that are actually distracting in the background that you actually flag light off of, those are the things that are going to make a nice frame rather than what you actually light. It's easy to kind of light somebody who's just sitting in front of the camera, but when you try to get light off of things that are distracting from that subject, that's the art form, and we'll show you exactly how to do that coming up here. So the first thing we're going to do right now is we're going to go over all the lights again and exactly what kind of beam spread they have and what kind of a throw they have. So the beam spread is how wide they actually spread their beam at a certain given distance, and also the throw is how intense they are at a given distance, which is the model is at the exact same spot. We haven't moved her, the light's in the exact same spot, and we're going down the line from the 2000 down to the 150. So here we are, we're checking the beam spread and the exposure along the entire body of the model. We're not doing anything weird there. I know it kind of looks funny, but just to tell you how serious we were, we did this for every single light. So the model is still 8 feet to the key light, 10 feet to the camera, 9 feet from the back wall, 24 feet from the kicker light. Nothing's changed. The only difference is that this time we reduce the kicker light in intensity as the key lights get less intense. So the 650 watt light, when it becomes a key light, is going to put out a lot less light than a 2000 watt light that we had before. So what's going to happen is the kicker light, that edge light, is going to become a lot more pronounced. It's going to kind of fool the eye and you won't really know what the shadows are doing behind her. So we're going to reduce that kicker light in intensity by using metal scrim as we progress down the line, as the wattage of the key light becomes less and less intense. But that's the only thing that's changing in the frame, so everything else is remaining exactly the same. So the first thing we're going to talk about is how to spot a Fresnel. It means narrowing and magnifying the beam by moving the bulb further away from the Fresnel lens.
Once the fixture's on, you then can either spot or flood the fixture by the thermally insulated knob on the rear of the fixture.
But that's what we're doing with all the lights. We're exploring their light properties at full flood, middle spot, and then full spot. And then we'll show you exactly how that works. Please remember again that the reason we're doing all this is because we want you to understand exactly the instruments and the tools that we're using for the next 12 hours of production that we're going to be doing, so that you understand when you see a light that we're using kind of to do something in the background, you'll know instantly right away, oh, that's a 300 watt light. I know exactly what it's going to do at about 10 or 12 feet. I know exactly what it's going to do, what kind of shadow it's going to make, and how much I can spot it or not. One last note about spotting a Fresnel: it also enlarges the size of the filament as seen by the subject, thus softening the light quality. So believe it or not, when you actually spot a Fresnel, even though it gets a lot brighter and it's a lot more intense, but at the same time, the actual light that is being generated from the actual instrument, from the Fresnel, becomes a larger, softer source. So if you were to dim it down, or if you were to make it go down in intensity with a scrim or a net, you would notice that the actual light becomes a lot softer. The shadow in the background behind the subject gets a lot softer when you spot it. Okay, so here's the RA 2000 watt Fresnel stand mounted, as opposed to a pole mounted, which is the ones that hang off of the ceiling. These are stand mounted Fresnels. So this is at f4.0 at full flood. We're focused in on our face, as you could see from that circular pattern, and at her face it's f4.0, f2.8 at her body, f2.8 at her waist at full flood. This is with a 2000 watt Fresnel. So when we go in and we actually start to go to a mid spot, you can see us kind of gradually get, and the model of course is starting to get used to the idea that's a 2000 watt light spotted on her. That's at middle spot right now, and she's really suffering under that light, which is why we didn't go to a full spot with a 2000 watt light, because it was just too intense. So we made an exposure compensation with the camera, and at f5.6 we have f5.6 and a half on her face, f5.6 at her body, f4.0 at her waist. So that's the beam spread on a human being at that distance. So we're going to go to the 1000 watt Fresnel right now, also stand mounted, and at f2.8 as the camera exposure at full flood, here are the stats. f2.8 and a half at her face, f2.0 at her body, f2.0 at her waist. This is at full flood. So when we start to spot it in, you're going to see those numbers really go up. Here we are starting to spot it in right now. And you can see it get really intense. This is at middle spot. We make an exposure compensation with the camera, so you can still see all the highlights and the details. And then here are the stats coming up. f4.0 and a half at her face, f4.0 at her body, f2.0 on her waist. So you can see that when you go to a middle spot with these lower wattage lights, the fall off becomes a lot more severe from the middle of her body down to her waist. And watch what happens when we spot it. f5.6 on her face, f2.8 at her body, f1.4 at her waist. So it's a really sharp fall off now. So here's the 650 right now. This is the workhorse of the set. Pretty much you're going to be using the 650 more than any other light, probably in a small independent production. So at f2.0 camera exposure at full flood, we have f2.0 and a half on her face, f2.0 on her body, f2.0 on her waist. So it's a pretty nice even spread, and you're going to find that you use this light more than any other light in your arsenal. So here's what happens when we go ahead and go to a middle spot. At f2.8, we change the camera exposure to f2.8 now. At her face is f2.8 and a half, f2.0 and a half at her body, f1.4 at her waist. Now we're going to go ahead and go to a full spot, and I want you to also look at the shadow in the background and see how it gets softer when we spot the light on her, because it's really a dramatic difference. I mean, if you can really kind of spot it. See how more feathered and softer it becomes. Here's at full spot, and f4.0 and a half at her face, f2.0 at her body, f1.0 at her waist. So it's pretty much negligible at that point. You can just barely see it. So here's the 300 watt Fresnel, stand mounted again. So the kicker on the background has been reduced by 1 stop in intensity to make it balanced with a 300 watt light. Otherwise it's going to totally overpower. It's going to seem like it's way too bright. So we reduced it by double. So at f1.4 camera exposure at full flood, we're at f1.4 and a half on her face, f1.4 on her body, f1.4 at her waist. This is not a light that's designed to act as a key light. It's designed to act as a backlight, for which it serves a really good purpose. But just to really show you, you cannot use a 300 watt light as a key light. It's just not going to do a good job unless you go to about a spot or a middle spot. So at a middle spot, we're at f2.0 on the camera, and we're going to look at the stats here. f2.0 and a half on her face, f2.0 on her body, f1.0 at her waist. So we're starting to get a decent exposure on her face. So if we used it just as an eye light or a catch light from the camera, it would actually work really well. But it's primarily to use as a backlight. So when we go to a full spot, we're going to change the camera exposure from f2.0 to f2.8. We're going to also notice that her face is in f2.8 right now, her body's at f2.0, and her waist is f1.0. So it becomes also much more negligible. It's nowhere near as powerful as 650. 650 is going to be your main set light. The RE150 is a wonderful light to use as a highlight or an effect light, or to use as a rim light or a kicker light from the side. It is beyond the camera's lens speed and sensitivity until spotted. So at the very beginning, the camera is just not able to resolve it at that distance. It's not designed to act as a face light or as a key light. So the kicker light's been reduced by 6 stops in intensity. That's 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. That's a lot. It's been reduced a lot to balance with this 150. So here it is at full flood at f1.4. So her face is at f1.0. The body and the waist are way too low to be able to measure with a light meter at this point. So when we start to go ahead and go to a middle spot, we can start to see a little bit more detail coming up in her face right here. And we do not need to make an exposure adjustment with the camera yet. It's still just barely coming into exposure. We're still at f1.4 in her face, f1.0 in her body, too low on the waist. So essentially at that point, we're starting to get a little bit of an exposure with the 150. When we go to a full spot, the stats are going to change just a little bit. We're going to be at a f1.4 and a half on her face, f1.0 on her body, and then the waist is also going to be too low to measure with the light. So next coming up is going to be the 400 watt HMI PAR light. And a PAR just means it has a different kind of a lens than a Fresnel lens built into it, and you can attach different kinds of lenses to that PAR lens, which will show you how that works. The intensity has been reduced 3 stops, 8 times, with black net to protect the model from bright light. So this is at f8.0 with no lens. So there's no lens inserted into the HMI right now. We're going to start dropping in lenses here, and each one of them we're going to give you the color of the lens. So we're going to change the exposure to f5.6 and a half when we drop in the black lens. You'll notice that that lens didn't really do very much to the light spread. It just made it more even. It took away that kind of unevenness inside the light, but it's still very spotty. So we're going to go ahead and go back to f8.0 with no lens right now. And you can see how there's kind of like a little bit of unevenness in the beam right there. But when we drop in the lens, it makes it very even. And this is with the green lens. It made it a little bit more of a medium, kind of medium spot. And this is an f8.0 with no lens again. And we're going to drop in now the blue lens, and we change it down to f5.6 3/4. So we increase the exposure to compensate. Now back again to no lens at f8.0. So all these lenses are absorbing light. They're reducing the amount of light that's coming out of the HMI, but they're making the beam more spread out and much nicer. This is a flood lens. It has reduced the exposure. We're increasing our exposure to compensate to f4.0. This is the orange lens. So we're back up to no lens now, and we put in another super flood lens, and we have to increase our exposure to f2.8 and a half. So it's 3.5 stops to put in the white lens, but that's the nicest, one of the nicest lights that you can get out of that HMI. Don't forget, this whole time we had reduced the exposure of that HMI by 8 times, 3 stops. We put in 3 double scrims. So you can imagine just how much output this light has that we're actually not even using. So it's a very, very bright light source. It has to be used with care, but it also can be a wonderful addition to your set. So now we're going to switch gears. We're going to go to KinoFlow. KinoFlow makes these wonderful fluorescent lights, and we're going to use the 4-foot 4-bank production unit with 4 2900K lamps. So the KinoFlow lights make great fill lights because they are large sources that create soft, even shadows, and they also generate almost no heat in tight quarters. So you can have a bunch of them in a room and you'll never heat up the room at all. You can also use daylight or tungsten tubes, or mix them up, which means that if you walk into a situation where you need daylight, blue light, you can put in blue tubes in them. If you walk in a situation where you need to balance with tungsten lights, you can put in the tungsten tubes in them and get that kind of a light. You never have to worry about, oh, I have to gel everything to make it all the same color temperature. You just change the bulbs and you get all the same intensity of the light. Another really great treat is that the Diva lights, which are another version of the KinoFlow lights, they dim from 100% to 0% with a very minor shift in color temperature.
And on the reverse side is where your dimming is taking place. You've got a manual dimmer, so you can either dim up or down, of course. There's also a remote dim input where you can put a 15-foot remote dimmer that hardwires, which will allow you to put the Diva light up very high on set and still be able to dim it from the ground level.
They also have a 2-tube or 4-tube selector switch to cut half the intensity without dimming. And also, the production models, they give you control over each individual tube. They don't dim, but they give you the option to turn on and off each individual tube, which are really just the best thing in the whole world. We're using the ballast right there, which is the power supply for the unit, to turn on each individual tube, and here they are coming on at the actual unit. And here's one of our gaffers, and he's going to tell you some more about what a ballast actually is.
Well, what a ballast does in this situation, especially with the KinoFlow, is that it converts the AC current, which is your typical ordinary wall socket electricity, and converts it into a higher voltage current, which will power the KinoFlow. And you hook it up like this. Very simple. And then you flick the switches on the ballast, and the light goes on.
So the 4-foot 4-bank is designed to be close to the subject. It's not designed to be placed very far away, but we put it in the exact same spot as we had all of our other lights, just to kind of show you what kind of light output and shadow quality you're going to have at that distance. You're going to notice that the shadow behind her is extremely soft, even at this great of a distance. If we got it closer, it would get even softer, but even at about 10 feet away from her, the shadow is really, really soft, and we are getting an f2.8 exposure at the camera on her. So it's f2.8 all throughout her body. It's a very even light source from head to toe. It's a really nice, even, soft light, great for fill lights. So here's with no modifier, and what we're going to do is we're going to put in an egg crate on it right here. What's an egg crate? An egg crate actually straightens out the beam path, and it makes it go only in a straight line. It doesn't let it scatter to any direction. So here it is on a medium shot, and we're going to put the egg crate back on in medium shot to show you exactly what happens to the background. So watch this. Here comes the egg crate. Notice now how the background just got a little bit darker, but she's at the exact same exposure. I mean, we made a modification with the exposure on the camera, but the relationship between her and the background has changed. So this is without a modifier. Notice the background intensity is very close to her skin tone's intensity. Now watch what happens when you put on the egg crate. At f2.0, we did have to make an exposure adjustment, but the background is now so much darker than she is because the beam path has been realigned to only hit her. So this is with all 4 tubes on, and we're going to turn off 2 tubes right now so you can see the difference in the exposure between having all 4 tubes on and then turning 2 off to get to 2 tubes. So it's exactly half the exposure. It's a wonderful thing to be able to just turn on and off each individual tube because you always know what kind of a ratio you're going to have from one instrument to the next. So the next thing we're going to go into is the KinoFlow 2-foot 4-bank Diva 400 with 4 tungsten bulbs. So this is 2 feet long instead of 4 feet long. It has 4 tubes inside it that put out exactly the same output though. They're 55-watt bulbs as the production model. The bulb curves into a U shape and it wraps around, so they can take a large 55-watt bulb that you would normally put in a 4-foot production model, they curve it around and they compact it into a 2-foot size. So it puts out the exact same amount of light, but it's just half the size of the actual production unit. The Diva 400 also has a very efficient egg crate. So instead of absorbing one stop like the one for the actual production model did, this absorbs almost no light at all, but it still aligns the beam path so it's a lot more straight and true. So here it is again, f2.8 with no modifier. Notice it's the exact same exposure as before. And here's the egg crate. Notice we did not have to make an exposure change, but the background got a lot darker. So the Diva 400 with 3 tungsten tubes and 1 daylight tube inserted to add some blue. Some people like that a little better. They say it kind of cools down the light a little bit. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when you put in 3 tungsten tubes and you put in just 1 daylight tube in there to kind of cool the color temperature of the light down a little bit and make things a little bit more blue. So this is with no modifier, with 3 tungstens and 1 daylight. And here's what it looked like with the 4 tungsten bulbs. So it has a little bit more of a yellow, warmer quality to it. That's why some people like to put in one of the blue daylight tubes in there to kind of cool things down a little bit. It's just a technique. You can use it if you like to or not. We personally never really used it that way, but we just wanted to illustrate it to you one time. So here we go. Here's the fun part. We're going to go and actually do some lighting right now. We learned about all of our instruments that we're going to be using. We know what they can and cannot do. We're going to actually go in and do some lighting right now. So here's the set that we had. This is with all the overhead lights on, so you can see exactly where our dolly is. We didn't really use the dolly in this particular shot, but there it is for illustration anyhow. The overhead lights are on for only the behind-the-scenes camera only, and they were off during primary filming, just to kind of tell you that only when we do the behind-the-scenes do we turn on the overheads. When we were actually doing the shot, we did not turn them on. So here's the model sitting there, and you can see exactly where everything is on the set, and we turned off all of the overheads right now, so only our lights are visible. And we're going to be coming back to this illustration again and again to show you the positions of all the lights that we use for the illustration. So just to also tell you, this is what the set looks like through the model's eyes. So always be like, nice to your models because all they see around them is just bright lights, Starting with the finished frame, and then we're going to go from scratch. So we're going to show you the finished frame, exactly what we ended up with. Then we're going to start from scratch and go all the way up again. So this is the finished frame. This is with all of our lights on. Everything is on, the back lights, the kicker lights, the key lights, everything is on at the same time. So the camera is about 9 feet to the subject, and we use the measuring tape to measure that from the film plane, which is the actual lens portion of the camera. It's about 9 feet to the subject. Now we're going to use a gray card, and the gray card, what it allows you to do, this is an 18% Kodak gray card. 18% Kodak gray is also what's considered middle gray by photographers, and it has a very direct response or very direct relationship to 50 IREs in video scale. So if you have your zebra settings on the camera set to 50 IREs and you point it at this gray card and it reads 50 IREs, you know for a fact that this model is perfectly exposed for that light. You can also use a light meter, like a spot light meter, as our DP right there is using, to take a direct reading off of that gray card. And whatever the reading is off of that gray card, which we'll show you here exactly what part of it you're supposed to concentrate on, whatever the reading off of that gray card is, that's what you're supposed to program into the camera if the light meter is calibrated with the camera. So if the actual reading of the light meter says, let's say f5.6, then that is off of middle gray. That should be your exposure for the camera. And also one last point of note is that you're supposed to point the gray card directly in between the key light and the camera. So not to the camera, not to the key light, directly in between. The reason that you do that is so that you don't have a highlight on that gray card that fools the meter into thinking that it's actually brighter than it really is. But if you point it directly in between the light and the camera, it's always going to give you an accurate 18% gray reading. We're going to go ahead and put in at this point an incident light meter. That incident light meter, this particular Sekonic model right here, allows you to extend this bulb. We're going to see it a lot more later on in the series, but it allows you to extend this white bulb out of its receptacle, and that white bulb is shaped to mimic the human face, the dimensions of human face, the way it protrudes out of the actual receptacle. And it's also treated so that it measures the light exactly just like an 18% gray card does. So if you don't want to have to read off of an 18% gray card, you can always take a light reading with an incident light directly from the subject, pointing directly back at the camera. So you put the bulb right there in front of the subject, pointed directly at the camera, and then you don't have to take a spot meter off an 18% gray card anymore. Now here we are using a Greta Macbeth color checker chart. What the color checker chart allows you to do is to kind of, when you get back to editing, when you get back in the studio and you're editing your footage, to know that when you see a skin tone and it's supposed to be, let's say, a pinkish skin tone, what in reality was pink in that particular lighting situation. So this has a bunch of different colors that are easily found in nature. As you can see, the painting behind her has that type of green that's in there as well, and her skin tone is also mimicked in the pinkish skin tone in the top left hand corner. They also have blue sky in there, and when you go into a closer shot, you can really see the colors there, and you can see that when she changes the angle of the lights, they actually kind of change, so you're supposed to direct that right back directly at the camera. You can also see that on the bottom row is a bunch of neutral grays. Those are all squares that are designed to go from white to the left all the way to black on the right side, with neutral gray in between, with absolutely no tint or color inside those grays at all. And the one that's kind of close to the middle but right to the right of that, that's middle gray. So if you didn't have a gray card, and here it is in an outdoor situation, if you did not have a gray card in that on the set, you can always just use a Macbeth color checker chart, and that gray that gray right there towards the right side is also middle gray, just like the Kodak 18% gray card. It's the exact same thing. So now that we've learned how to set a proper exposure from the camera, we're going to go ahead and start doing some lighting. So the first one right there is on the top right hand side that we're going to see is the brightest light that's hitting the model is the key light. We're using an RE 1000 watt Fresnel as a key light from the right 3/4 angle, motivated by the China Ball Practical. We have a China Ball on the set. We're using that as motivation for our key light. The key light is 9 feet away from the subject, as you can see there from the measuring tape. And it's up 3/4 to the right 3/4, which is about Rembrandt lighting. Now we're going to go ahead and shape the key light's throw. What this means, we're going to use the flags that we learned about earlier in the program to control what part of the background this flag is going to hit. So here we are, we're going to go ahead and raise the key light. This is the 1K right there. We know exactly what it does from the earlier discussion on what the 1K is capable of doing. And that's the beam path that's coming out of it. It's going to emit that beam path directly to the bottom left-hand side of the frame, and it's going to hit her right from that corner. It's going to hit her directly from the top right-hand corner of the frame, and that's exactly what the key light is doing just by itself. That's the position of the key light right there on the right-hand side, and it's about 9 feet away from her, like we discussed, and we're going to talk about how to shape the throw of that beam once we actually light her. You notice that by itself it doesn't really do anything. The key light by itself is not anywhere near as rich as all the lights combined together. So we're going to go ahead and use a flag to cut the shadow of the China Ball from the back wall. The China Ball is right there on the top right hand side. That's what's supposed to be motivating our key light. So we're going to go ahead and use this flag right here. You can see how it kind of cuts the light beam, and it actually the light only ends up hitting the flag itself, but it actually removes it from the background. So we're cutting the light from the background to actually mask the shadow of that China Ball from the background, which gives away the effect that we're actually lighting the scene. If you see a shadow of what's supposed to be lighting this, the set on the back wall, it gives it away. So here we are, we're bringing in the flag, it's cutting it, and it actually also creates a pattern on the back wall that matches that table lamp's shape, which is really cool and it's really important. So that's why we use that particular angle of the flag. Here we are again doing it. And now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to also use another flag to cut the stray light from the table lamp practical itself. And all these lamps that are actually in the set, the China Ball, the table lamp, they're all called practicals. So here we are, we're bringing another flag to cut the light off of that. That way when the light comes on inside that practical, it doesn't feel like it's also being lit by another source. Then it looks cheesy, it looks unmotivated, it looks like it's lit, and it takes you out of the effect. So adding practicals on dimmers to keep them below 100 IRE. So we're going to put everything, all of our set practicals, all those little lights are going to go on dimmers so we can dim their intensity. Here's one of them right there, that's a table lamp. And coming up are the other two on the left-hand side right there. You can see that ball light on the floor and also that kind of different kind of light that's sitting on the table. And they're all on dimmers so that we can control their intensity. The table lamp is 2 feet away from the subject, just so you can take a little measurement, make sure you know exactly how far everything is away from the subject. And there's the dimmers in action right there. They're just standard $7, $8 dimmers that we bought. It allows us to dim the intensity of the practical to make sure it doesn't burn out white. Anything above 100 IRE in an NTSC system is going to burn out white. You won't see any gradation in tone. It won't feel right. It won't feel like it's actually a lamp. It'll just feel like it's just a white blob there. So if you use the dimmer, you can control the intensity perfectly just to make sure that you have exactly the right look to the practical without being too bright. There's the other two that are in the background. We're going to control both of those right now. And so that's burned out. So we're going to bring it down from that burned out look. And we also don't want to burn out the spot that's right in the middle. Anything that's burned out white in the frame is going to kind of give away in an interior like this the fact that we're shooting on video. And we don't want to do that. We want to make it feel more film-like. So we're going to bring it down a little bit so it feels more film-like. So we don't want to burn it out. We want to make sure that it doesn't go to pure white at 100 IREs. So now we're going to add a 650 watt RE Fresnel background light from the frame left, motivated by the practicals. So we're going to make like this light, the 650 watt light, we're putting this in on the side. We're going to make like it's being motivated by these practicals. It's 8 feet away from the back wall. That's the back wall, that brick wall that we talked about before. And we've already learned what the 650 does from the previous lesson, so we know exactly what kind of an intensity it's going to have. And we're going to go ahead and turn it on here in just a moment to mimic the effect of having all those practicals in the background. And then we're going to go ahead and shape its beam with a flag to cut it from the power box on the back wall. The fact that there's a shadow there from that power box gives away the fact that we're using a set light. So we're going to put this flag in there right there, and we're going to use that flag to cut the light off of the power box. And that makes it so that it doesn't give away the fact that we're lighting the set. It makes it feel like the actual practicals themselves are lighting the set. And see what happens now? We flag the light off of the left side of the frame. It makes it feel like those lamps back there in the background are actually giving off that light that's hitting the back wall. So now we're going to add the 300 watt RE Fresnel background light from the frame left to bring up the painting. So that's another way to use the 300 watt lights, is to use them for effect lights. Now here's the actual position of the 300 watt light, and it's the painting that's right in front of it is what it's actually lighting in this particular circumstance. So here we are, we're turning it on and off, just so you can see what it's doing. And we're going to go ahead and spot it on that painting. And you can see us spotting and flooding. You've already seen this this video before when we were showing you how to spot a Fresnel. And we're going to use the barn doors to make it only hit the painting. We don't want it to hit anything else but just the painting. Okay, and here we are turning it on and off so you can see what it's doing. And of course the exposure of this camera, this behind the scenes camera, is different exposure than what we're using in the main camera. So it is a correct exposure. And here's what happens when you flood it. So we're going to go ahead and turn on that light. You can see that right in that painting back there. It's the perfect amount of light. It doesn't overpower the shot. It doesn't take away attention from her. It just enriches the shot. It doesn't make it feel like the painting is now the focus of the entire frame. She's still the focus. She's brighter. So now we're going to add another 300 watt RE Fresnel backlight from directly behind her to bring up her hair and separate her from the background. So here's the position of the 300 watt backlight. It's directly in line with the camera. So it's directly behind her, in line with the camera. If you draw a straight line from the camera to the model, the backlight has to be directly behind her along that straight line. It's 12 feet from the subject, and we're putting it up really high. And whenever, of course, you put up a light that high, you want to make sure to always put a lot of sandbags on the C-stand or whatever stand that you're using to put the light up that high. So here it is coming on. You can see it kind of separating her from the background there and bringing up her hair. So it's really important. The backlight is one of the most important lights of the set, one of the basic components in the three-point lighting system. Now we're going to add two 150 watt RE Fresnel kicker lights from the back 3/4 on both sides of her to bring up her hair and separate her from the background. So here's the positions of the 150s. There's the one on the left, and coming up is the one on the right. That's that one right there. And they're going to hit her from both sides, from behind her body, and bring up the sides of her hair and separate her even more from the background. You don't want these lights to become too hot or too bright on her, because then it gives away the fact that we're actually lighting her. There's the 150s coming on. And you can see them actually here coming up in just a second. They're 12 feet away from her. So they're 12 feet each, and they're very low intensity, but you really don't need a lot of intensity in kicker lights and backlights to get a good exposure. So coming up here is the first one. There's number one. You can see how it gave her an edge around her body. Even from 12 feet away and 150 watts, it's still more than enough to separate her from the background. It won't make a good key light, but it'll make a great kicker light or a backlight. So the other one's also 12 feet away from the subject. And here it is coming up on the left side right now. See that? Now you can see that she actually has hair on the left side right there, which is our left side, not her left side. Our left side of the frame, she actually has hair. It was just black before. It was just part of the background. You couldn't even see it at all. So now we're adding KinoFlow 4-foot 4-bank with only 2 tubes on, and a Diva 400 as fill lights from the front on both sides of the camera. Now we learned all about the production model that we're using here and the Diva 400, and we know exactly what it's going to do from the lesson that we just passed before. And now we know, now what we're going to do is we're going to put them on both sides of the camera as fill. They just fill in the shadows that are being created by the key light. Now the fill lights are very soft. They're not as bright as the key light. They're very diffused rather than specular sources. They create no new shadows or very soft shadows. Now what does all this stuff mean? It means that they're very soft, so they're very large sources. They're not very small like Fresnel's. They're not as bright as the key light. They're much less intense than the key light, so they don't create new shadows. They are diffused rather than specular. Diffused means that they're very, very soft lights rather than specular, which are like the Fresnel. The sun is very specular. The sky is very diffused. So the sun and sky combination is going to create a specular and diffused source, just like the key light and the fill light. So the sun and sky combination is exactly the same thing as what we're doing here in the studio. We're mimicking nature in the studio. That's why we have a key light. That's why we have a fill light. The key light comes in and makes the direction of the light. The fill light comes in, it fills in the shadows. So they're supposed to create no new shadows or very soft shadows, which is why KinoFlows are excellent, excellent fill lights. And we're going to see them being used again and again throughout the entire series. All these principles that I'm giving you right now are going to seem kind of bleak and hard to understand, but we're going to go into this stuff so far in depth later on in the series. So just kind of hold on and you'll learn all these concepts as we go. So here's the set, and we're going to show you the position of the first fill light right there on the right side of the camera, and coming up is the second fill light on the left side of the camera. That's the Diva 400. And we're using 2 fill lights because you really kind of want it to fill in the shadows from both sides of the camera. You don't have to use 2, but if you want to, you can. So here we are, we're turning on all 4 tubes on the production model, and here they are coming on. That's a production model, the 4-foot 4-bank. We again learned all about that before, and it takes a couple of minutes for the tubes to actually warm up to the proper color temperature. We're going to turn off the 2 side tubes on the outside, 1 and then 2, and it is 6 feet to the subject, which means that this fill light is actually 6 feet away from the subject, so you'll know from the proportions of all the set exactly how far away all these lights are. The Diva 400 right there on the right side of the frame is 8 feet to the subject. The reason it's further away is we don't need it to actually be as intense as the 4-foot 4-bank. And here they are coming on. Here's the 4-foot 4-bank coming on right there, and there's the Diva coming on right after it. So you can see it filled in the shadows a little bit. The shadows are still there from the key light, but they're just a little bit more filled in. They're not quite as dark, as black as they were before. They're more dark gray now. So now we're going to add the China ball, the final practical, which acts as a motivation for our key lights, direction, intensity, color, and quality. And you'll ask, those are some pretty big words. What do all these words mean? Direction, intensity, color, and quality. Well, first of all, the China ball, the final practical that we're turning on, the reason we're turning on as the last practical is just to show you that the practical itself that's supposed to be lighting the model is not even necessary for us to actually have it on at all to get a good exposure on her and to make things look really nice. It just comes in at the end as kind of icing on the cake for the entire scene to make it feel like all this lighting is motivated from it. So we are actually copying its direction, intensity, color, and quality. We're copying the direction, we're making our key light come in from the top right-hand side of the frame, so it's in the same direction as this practical. We're copying the intensity so that it feels like the key light is about as intense as that China ball would be if it were sitting right there and actually lighting our model. We're mimicking the color, so we're not using an HMI blue light under blue conditions, or we're not gelling our light blue. We're keeping it the exact same color as that China ball so that it feels like it's actually the China ball coming in and lighting the model. We're mimicking the quality, so we're making the actual Fresnel key light a little bit softer so that it's about the same kind of softness that the China ball would have. We're filling in the shadows so they're not too dark, because the China ball, when it has a table lamp on the left side, is not going to be extremely dark shadows. It's going to have nice filled in shadows. So we're mimicking all these qualities of this light with our lighting to make it feel more natural and more real, so it doesn't look like it's a studio lit situation. So coming up here, we're going to show you where the position of the China ball is. Right there. It's very close to her face, and yet, because it only has about a 60-watt bulb inside it, which is really all you need to get any kind of exposure out of it, it's not really lighting her. It's just kind of there in the frame. It's only 2 feet away from her. That's it. That's how far away it is from her. But because of the exposure that we're using on the camera, it's having almost no effect on her at all, even though ideally in most situations practicals should be at about 2 to 2.5 stops brighter than the face. So use your dimmers to achieve that effect in combination with a spot meter or a waveform monitor, which means what you're going to do is make sure that that practical, when you measure it with a spot meter, is about 4 times to 4.5 times brighter than the person's face, the model's face that's in the shot. Then it'll feel real. It'll feel like it's actually, lighting her. So when we take a spot reading off of her forehead, and her forehead reads f5.6, and we go ahead and we take a reading off of the practical itself, and that should read f11. So it's about 2 stops brighter. It's about 4 to 4.5 times brighter than the model. And if it is that, then it will feel like it's actually lighting her. It'll feel genuine. If it's any dimmer than that, it's not going to feel real. It's not going to feel like it's actually lighting her. If it's any brighter, it's just going to burn out white like that. You're not going to have any detail in it. It won't feel like it's a real light source. It'll just feel like it's just a blob of circular white that's just sitting up there in the right-hand side of the frame. It won't have any definition in it. So now we're going to add the KinoFlow Diva 200 filler light from below and in front of the camera to bring up her face and her clothing. This is a filler light. A filler light is not the same as the fill light. It does not come from eye level or from the side of the camera, but from below the camera, and it's very dim. What it's going to do is going to bring up her clothing a little bit and her eye sockets, fill in the eye sockets. There's a position in the set of the filler light. It's sitting on a Matthews Apple box, and you can see the Apple box right there, and you can see how we've got the bottom flap of the Diva 200 covered up, and we have the actual egg crate in there, which straightens out the beam path so it only hits her. It's 5 feet away from her, and the Diva 200 is dimmed down a little bit. It's not at full brightness, because this is not something that's going to go ahead and make a major effect, but it's a very, very subtle effect. And here it is coming on right now. You can see it here in just a moment, right there. You can see it just kind of filled in her eye sockets a little bit, filled in her clothing, made the exposure a little bit more even from head to knee. So that's the filler light, not the fill light. The fill light was the one that we discussed before. Now we're going to add a light panel LED battery operated compact light as an effect light to bring up the backpack in the center of the stage. There's a backpack there, but you can't see it. And so we're going to add this LED light right there, and it's going to hit that backpack that's right next to it on the left side, and to kind of bring it up so you can actually see it in the frame. Now our light panel was 5500 degrees Kelvin daylight balanced, so we added half CTO, which is color temperature orange gel, to lower the color temperature to tungsten balance so it matches the rest of our lights. So here we are, we're putting it in, we're dimming it up and down to show you exactly what it's doing to the backpack. And here it is in the background right now. We're just going to cut to it because we had to actually have somebody walk in and do it. There it is. So you can see exactly what it's doing. That backpack was just kind of like a silhouette before, and now it has some light on it. So turning off our key light is going to draw attention to the kicker lights and the fill lights, and it creates more ambiance and subtle mood. So we're going to turn off our key light. Now see, that makes things more like it has a nicer ambiance to it. It feels more natural, but just don't forget, her skin tones now are very, very dark. They're way too low. Now we're going to turn off the fill lights. There's one. And coming up is the other one right now. There's the other one. Now we're going to turn off the filler light, which is the one that's pretty much at her feet below the camera. And there goes the filler light. So she's completely in silhouette right now. This is what you'd be doing if you had an interview with somebody that didn't want to reveal their identity or something like that. That's how you do it. You light the background and you put in some backlights and some rim lights. And that's pretty much it. You can cover their identity. You can't tell who it is. But at the same time, you can still see the picture and you can still see that they're moving their mouth and actually talking to the camera. So now we're going to turn on the kicker lights. Those are the 3/4 back, left and right lights that bring up her hair and they outline her body against the background. There goes the other one right there. Now we're going to turn off the backlight, which is the light that's directly behind her up high. There she goes. Now she's completely in silhouette, no light on her at all except for the practicals. There goes the effect light on the painting, that 300 watt Fresnel that we saw before. Now we're going to turn off the background light, which hits the back wall. There goes the background light. So you just see her with nothing but practicals now. Now we're going to turn off all the practicals. There goes the first two. And here goes the China ball and a table lamp. The only thing we have left was just that baglet. So the practicals have some or no effect on lighting the scene. They act as motivation for almost all of our interior lighting choices, but they don't actually light the scene usually. If you'd arrived on the set and you'd done no lighting but simply used the practicals and turned up the camera's picture gain adjustment at 12 decibels, so you just gained up, this is what kind of an image you're going to have. Okay, coming up here, we're just kind of moving around the set trying to get the lights going. You can't really see very much at this point. That's what you need your mag lights for, your little flashlights. Kind of walk around the set when it's all dark like that. There comes the first practical right there on the left side. And coming up the rest of the practicals. We're doing them all real slowly, so you can see that we did this all live. We didn't do any kind of trickery in post or anything, or didn't overlap frames in post. This is all live as you see it. So there's the third practical right there. The only time we might cut a little bit is just to kind of absorb a little bit of time. If it just rolls on too long, we'll cut, you know, just to show the actual light coming on. Here comes the last one. That's the actual China ball. And now what we're going to do is we're going to turn up the picture gain on the camera to 12 decibels of gain. And you can see it right there. It's starting to come up right there. You can start to see an image. This is at full wide exposure. And here comes the gain right there. And this is the maximum gain that we have with this camera with no neutral density. And this is a very sensitive camera, but it can barely see an image. In stark contrast to our lit scene, which looks really nice, and you know the ambiance is really nice. It's just a really nice image, a very nice scene. And then here you have it. It's kind of, to me, it almost looks like it belongs in a horror film or something like that. But that's just my opinion. Some people like this look. You know, they really like that kind of look with the burned out practicals. And sometimes I do too. I mean, if I'm shooting something that's correct for that type of mood, I will use that type of lighting. But for all intents and purposes, most of the time, you're going to want to shoot a nice image or a nice picture that's well lit. You can see everything in the frame, but you can only see certain things that you want to see. That's what you need lighting for. So now that we've shown you the right way and another way to do it, we're going to show you the totally wrong way to do it. This is the dreaded double shadow on the back wall in her neck using flat lighting with two specular sources on both sides of the camera. And we're also using no fill light, so the shadows are going to be very dark. Now the dreaded double shadow means that there's two major shadows behind her head, which means that there's not just one shadow anymore that is created by one key light. There's two shadows, one of them completely unmotivated, which is just kind of coming out of thin air. Just nobody knows where this light is being positioned and why it's actually affecting her face in this way, or why it's creating that second shadow on the back wall. But you really want to try to avoid having two or like a secondary shadow on the back wall, unless you have motivated two very specular sources, two hard sources in the room, like two bare bulbs that are supposed to be creating two major shadows on the back wall. If you establish that, then you can use it, but if you didn't, try not to do that. And I also just want to let you know that the DP has 100% asked me to tell you that he would never light the scene like this normally. It's just because we're trying to show you the wrong way to do it. So, and also the model was asked to move around to illustrate the shadows on the back wall. So you're going to see her kind of goofing around there, acting all silly, jumping around, and that's because we asked her to move around to show us exactly where the shadows are. Because when she's still, you can't see them. There's the first one. There's the second one right there. And you can really see it when we turn off the other light. You can see the other one kind of coming on and off. It's just wrong. This is like totally wrong lighting. You don't want to do this. This is very amateurish. unless you're doing something very specific that is you're motivating these two lights from practical sources, and they're supposed to be like that. So here's an accelerated setup from scratch to finish. We're going to show you how we did everything from the very beginning all the way to the end. That's what we started with, and we had a very, very patient model. She is very, very patient. Sat through all the stuff for hours and hours and hours, did not complain. So you see her a lot in the movie. She's one of the stars in the movie. Actually, I guess you already saw the movie at this point, but you'll see her a lot in the making of the movie. You know, all the behind the scenes and everything, and, you know, us working with her. There's that China ball kind of wiggling in and out there, trying to find its place. And there's the background light being adjusted. Turn everything off, turn it on, start from scratch with nothing but the practicals. There's the practicals coming on. There's the background light, the effect light for the painting, the backlight, the kicker light on the left, kicker light on the right, filler light, fill light on the left, fill light on the right, and the key light. There's the key light. So that's it from start to finish. So you can see exactly where we started with and where we ended up. One of our patented approaches to teaching, so you can really see exactly how we do everything. You'll find that for the rest of the series, we're going to mask no struggles, which means we're going to show you all of our struggles, everything we have to go through to achieve everything. And hopefully you'll learn from that principle. Now the next thing we're going to talk about is lighting ratios for just a minute or so. Key to fill, key only. This is just lighting her on a close-up with just the key only, without using the fill light. And we're going to bring up the fill at 3:1 ratio. So we're just dimming up the fill just a little bit to fill in those shadows that are on the right side of her face. And now we're going to change to a 2:1. You'll notice that the shadows are more illuminated now. It's less of a contrasty type of image. Now we're going to go to a 1.5:1 here in just a second. There's a 1.5:1. You see there's even more light in the shadows lighting the frame. That looks really nice. It's very pleasing for video. It looks really nice for the format that we're shooting in. So lighting ratio primarily is adjusting the fill light in relation to the key light. The key light is at a very fixed intensity. It's at that intensity. Then you bring in the fill light to fill in the shadows from the direction of the camera slowly until you hit that perfect kind of ratio that you're looking for. Most of the times 2:1, 1.5:1 is really great for video. If you're going for a very cinematic look, a more high contrast look, you might stop down to like a 3:1 or a 4:1 kind of ratio, which is more of a ratio from the key to the fill. So the fill becomes half as bright as the key at a 4:1 ratio. Not 2:1, but 4:1. It's half as bright as the key. That's pretty much the maximum that you'd want, but you always want a little bit of fill somewhere in the frame to bring up those shadows a little bit so they're not too dark. So now that we've seen how to light one person, we're going to go ahead and see how to light two people sitting in a certain space. In this case, we're still in the same studio. We just moved to a different part of it where we can see a white back wall instead of the brick wall. And what we're going to see is two people also with two different skin tones. He's obviously going to be darker than her, and she's lighter. She's more fair-skinned than he is, so which is going to also show you how to work when you have two different actors that have two different skin tones, one darker than the other, and how to put them both in the same frame and not have one be too light and one be too dark and have too much of a difference in the exposure between their faces. We're going to show you how to position a soft key light kind of closer to the darker skinned person so that you can kind of balance both of them in that particular method. What we're also going to talk about is exposure. We already talked about exposure a little bit and how to take an incident light reading before with that incident light meter that has the bulb sticking out. But also we're going to talk about how to take a contrast reading, which means reading individual lights by making that bulb kind of go back into its receptacle to read individual lights and check a lighting contrast, which is a lighting ratio between key to fill to other lights. So here the DP is taking a reading off of her face. Now this has the bulb out. You can see that it's actually sticking out of the meter, and he's taking the reading off of his face. That just gives you general lighting at that particular position. So when the bulb is sticking out, it's factoring in all the different lights that are actually hitting the actor from the front towards the camera. And here he is taking it from a lot of different directions, from the bottom, from the top. and kind of just getting an overall light reading. But when he shrinks it back in there, when he puts the white bulb back into its receptacle, he's taking a reading of only that particular light that is facing the meter at that point. So the meter will actually give you a reading of just what that light is doing and what kind of output it's having at that particular distance from it. So now let's talk about lighting. This is something we've been waiting to do. This is lighting two subjects sitting in the frame. The actors are about 6 feet to the camera, and the reason we're telling you that is just so that you always know exactly how far away the actors are from the camera for us to achieve a certain effect with our lens that you're seeing in front of you. So we want to always try to make sure to tell you how far away the subjects are from the camera. So the first thing we're going to do is soften the practical bulb. The practical that's sitting in the middle of the frame, which we already learned about practicals in the last session, is just emitting a light that is a little bit too harsh because the bulb inside it, you can actually see the filament. The glass that we're using is almost clear glass. So what the DP is going to do, he's going to go ahead and get some diffusion. And by all means, I don't recommend cutting gels the way that he's doing it right there. But he's been doing it that way for years, and he's not about to stop, and he just likes the way that he likes doing it that way. I always recommend using scissors if you can. Please use scissors. Do not use a knife. It's a lot less dangerous than using a knife. So here he is putting in the diffusion right there into the actual practical, and you can see what it does to the light. It just really softens it, makes it a little bit more mellow, takes away that spot in the center of the frame that takes up all of your attention, because the first thing that you see when you see the frame without that diffusion is just that spot in the center of the frame. Takes the attention away from the performers. So he's going to go ahead and put in, he just doubled up the diffusion right there, make it even thicker, and he just put it in there. So to check whether more fill will improve your lighting, bring in a small reflector or foam core and test it before committing a large soft light. So before you bring in a huge soft light and put all the effort into it, just bring in a little piece of foam core and see if it's actually helping at all before you actually bring in any kind of a soft source. Because we were going to add a soft light right there, but then we brought in this foam core and realized that we didn't really need to do that. It wasn't really taking away or doing anything by not putting it in there, so we just scrapped it. So the key light for both actors at position 1 is 5 feet to the subject. It's the same instrument as the fill light, but dimmed up brighter. They're both Diva 200s. They're these little Diva 200s that have 2 tubes. We learned about them in the last series, in the last session, I mean, and they're just only 2 tubes, KinoFlow fluorescent lights. They're dimmable, and we have those warming gels on them. So they're 5 feet away from the subjects. And what I mean by warming gels is about half CTO. That's color temperature orange. We learned about those gels a little bit ago. What they do is they just warm up the light a little bit, make it more orange and a little bit less blue. So they lean it towards the red more so it becomes more orange. And it creates a light that feels like it's being motivated from our practical lamp, which is really important. We also learned about that in the last session, that it's really important to motivate not just the direction, but also the color of the light with your key light to make sure that it matches the practical light that's supposed to be lighting these 2 actors. And we're going to really get into that here as soon as we get into the actual breakdown of the lighting that we did. But just to mention also that notice how we're moving in the key light closer to the actor. He has darker skin than our actress who's more fair skin. So the key light has to be closer to him to balance out with her lighting. Also at the same time, don't forget that both of these lights are identical. They're both Diva 200s. They both put out the exact same amount of wattage. So the best way to use a key fill combination between both of those 2 lights, because we wanted to use both of them, is to make sure that one of them is just dimmed down more than the other one. So one of them we dimmed down to 50% and the other one we dimmed up to 100%. So one of them is at full 100% intensity, the other one's down to 50%. Therefore, the brighter one is going to be the key, the less bright one is going to be the fill. So now let's talk about the fill light. The fill light is exactly the same distance as the subject as well too. It's also 5 feet, so they're exactly the same distance. The only difference between them is that one of them is 50% intensity, that's the fill light. The key light is a full 100% intensity. And see how we're attaching the CTO, the color temperature orange, half CTO gels to it to make it warmer, to make it more orange, make it match that practical lamp. We're 5 feet to the subject. So the kicker for the actress is 14 feet away. And that's, of course, a 300 watt RE. We talked about the 150s and the 300 making the best backlights and kickers. So here it is being swung in. See, there's a flag on the right side that we're adjusting there to make sure that the light from the kicker only hits the actress but not the actual tabletop. Like we mentioned before, that's what flags are there to do. They're there to shape the light. So the actor's key at position 2 is 13 feet to subject. Now what does that mean, actor's key at position 2? A key light is supposed to be a key light, but that's position 2 right there, which he actually eventually gets away from the table and he starts hovering around in that area over there. There he is, he gets away from the table and he starts hovering around in there, kind of walking around in that area that we made for him earlier with the spike marks. Well, he needs a key light there because the key light from position 1 is not going to extend all the way back there. And yet you see the shadow back there, it's still making it feel like the light's coming from the key light because it's still maintaining the major shadow. But we still have to get him some kind of light on him in that position so you can separate him from the environment. And that's what that key light at position 2 is. Notice that there's a little bit of a modifier in front of that light. That's called a cookie sheet or a cucullorus. And what it's designed to do is break up the light's pattern so it feels more natural, kind of like it's going through tree leaves of some sort, like an outdoor light. And even though you can't actually see the actual pattern on the floor because we framed it out, it makes it feel like when he's walking through it, like he's walking through multiple different streams of light. And it kind of makes it feel like the motion is more pronounced. And here we are, we're measuring the distance to it to make sure that we know exactly how far away it is. And that's why we're able to give you that measurement. And we flagged his key off the background to maintain proper contrast level. So watch how we're going to do that. See that flag on the left side? That's going to go ahead and watch the background. It's going to go ahead and flag the light off of the background. Doesn't give away the effect that we lit him from a different position. So again, I'm going back and saying flags are going to be the most important modifiers that you're going to have on the set, just about, because what you don't light is almost more important than what you actually do light. Flagging stray light off of the background is going to give you a much nicer frame than just concentrating on the subjects in the foreground for 6 hours. So this is going to be the actress's kicker light, which is 9 feet to the subject. What it's doing is going to bring her up and separate her from the background without affecting the actor next to her. So here comes the DP, and he's bringing in a black net. This is a double black net. It has that red rim, which means that it's a double. It reduces light intensity by a full stop, which is double. So it halves the amount of light that goes through it. If you put in 300 watts through it, you're going to get 150 watts on the other side. He's putting it in front of this 300 watt area right there, and he's going to feather it so that it only hits her and it doesn't hit the actor. But we don't want to block it completely. We want it to still hit him a little bit, but we don't want to block it completely. That's why the flag is there. The flag is there to block it from the table, but the actual scrim or the net is there to only make sure that it only hits her at full intensity and hits him at half intensity. So the actress kicker at position 2 is 9 feet away from the subject. At position 2, that's when he's walking around back there, and we want it to also separate him from the background on the right side of the frame. So we're using an RE150, it's 9 feet away, and watch when he gets up right there. You can see as we're showing you the highlights that are coming in on the side of his body from that light path. That's where the kicker's coming from. And it's illuminating him back there when he's standing around and separating him from the background. It's giving him an edge light on the right side of his body. Now the background light is 6 feet away from the background. That's the one that hits the back wall, like the one we saw before in the last session. This one is also a 4-foot forebank, which creates that really nice kind of flood area on the back wall without any spots at all. That's the beauty of that KinoFlow. So, and if you're using expensive roll gels and you don't want to cut it, just lay the entire roll down in the instrument like the KinoFlow 4-foot forebank, just like that. And that way you don't have to actually cut it. You just roll it on there, and then when you're done with that shot, you just roll it back up onto the spool. That way you don't have to cut it every single time into little pieces. And you can see it right there, that's CTO, that's half CTO again right there, making that light in the background really nice and orange. And what it does is it matches it with the foreground practical that's dimming up right there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go around the whole set and we're going to turn on all the lights and turn them all off. So we're going to go back to scratch right here. There comes the key light that just came on. And we're adjusting the intensity of the camera right there to compensate for it. There's the fill light over there. And here it goes off. And here it comes back on. That's the fill light right there. That's that other Diva 200 off to the left side. There it is off again. And there it is back on again. We're going to keep doing this again and again until everybody gets exactly how we did this. And here comes the key light. That's off. off, and then here it is coming back on and off again and off again. You can see exactly what each one is doing. I want to make sure that you guys get exactly the separation of duty here between every single one of these lights. Now here comes the kicker light back there. Watch her face right there. It's a very minor change, but you can see it in her hair. It separates her hair a little bit from the background. We didn't want a lot, we just wanted a little bit. It's been black netted off of him. It only hits her. And the DP is walking around right now to the other kicker light. And you're going to see what that does. That's a little bit more of a change. You can see that in the left side of her hair right there. It's very subtle. We don't want to overpower that foreground practical. We don't want to make like really bright lights. We just want it to feel natural and separate the actors from the environment, from the background. So here goes position 2 right now. Now the actor's in position 2. And we're turning on and off his key light at position 2, so you can see exactly what it's doing. There's the DP right now with the key light. You see that? He just kind of is immersed in darkness right there. It doesn't feel right. That light, if you were in a situation like that, would extend back there. You'd still see something back there if it was real life. Now here's his kicker at position 2. You can see what it's doing right there. See that? It's making an edge on his body right there. And again, now this is her kicker at position 1. And let's see what else the DP is going to go for right now. He's going to go for the background light. And we're going to see from the camera what the background light looks like when it goes down. And we're going to do it one tube at a time right there. There we go, all the way down. There's no continuity anymore from the foreground to the background. It just feels like it's just foreground light. But if you were in a situation like that, the light from that foreground practical would extend to the background. So you have to extend the emotion to the background. So let's go ahead and talk about turning all the lights off until we end up with just the practical right now. So here we are, we're turning off all the lights. There goes the background light right there. And the only thing that's left is just his key light at position 2. And we're going to end up with just the practical. So you can see that the practical by itself is emitting practically no light. That's what practical ought to stand for, no light. Practically no light. No, actually there are other situations where you would use a practical to light people, but not in this one. So here we are, we're turning everything back on now. So you can see what every light is doing really quickly. And there goes the background light. Now we're going to do it one more time, but just end up with only the practical and the background light only. So you can see the importance of continuity between the foreground practical and the background light that we added to the shot, and how important it is to have lighting continuity in direction, intensity, and color. Right there, they're nothing but silhouettes. All it is just the background light and the foreground practical. See how much control you have over your set. When you start lighting, you can make just about any mood that you want on the set when you understand where all the lights are coming from. Here comes her kicker lights are coming up right now. And we're showing you where everything is right there. You see all those lights that are hitting her. Those are her kicker lights and his kicker light as well too. Now we're watching the monitor right there as we turn on the key light. There's the key light. And it illuminates both of them, and it makes a shadow on the back wall as well too, which makes it feel like that's the shadow that's coming from the foreground practical. And you see that shadow when he moves around, it moves around. So it feels like it's actually coming from that foreground practical, not from the other key light that's on him right now from the left side. We're turning it on and off. Now, using the simple key plus fill plus backlight, just basic 3-point lighting in this case, does not match the practical lamp in the foreground. It is acceptable but unmotivated, and thus takes away from the scene. So we're going to show you a simple key fill backlight. If you just walked in on the set and you just popped up 3 lights and didn't really want to motivate them from the foreground practical, we're going to show you what that looks like. So we already showed you the right way, showed you the wrong way. We're going to show you another way right now. So here it is with just nothing but the practical. And we're starting to turn on the lights. There's just a key and a fill and a combo, and a slash on the background. So this is what it would look like with just 3-point lighting, with a specular key source and a soft fill source, and just a slash against the background. Just basic video lighting. And that's what it looks like from the other side, from their side. So this is if you didn't bother to motivate the lighting from the actual practical itself. Didn't bother with the color of the light, the practical, didn't bother with the color of the light extending into the background. That's what it would look like, just basic video 3-point lighting. There's the key. And now this is at 18 decibels gain. If you showed up on the set, you didn't want to do any lighting, you just wanted to go ahead and just actually overdrive the gain on the camera and just use the practical light. That's what it would look like. And there's a nice slash across the background. It looks really, really nice. Very romantic. So now let's talk about other things. Let's talk about props. If you're using a certain specific camera angle and you need to move the props into the frame, don't move the camera, move the props. So we'll show you how to do that. So let's just say we have these props here, these plates that are actually on the table right there, and they're too high in the frame. I mean, they're just taking up too much of a prominent area. We're going to lower them just by taking away those little videotapes that we're using to hold them up on the table right there. We're not going to move the camera up or down to compensate for them. We're going to move them because we like the angle of the camera. We like the way that we're approaching the scene and how we're seeing the actors at this point. So we're just going to move one of the VHS tapes and lower the plate so that it's actually lower in the frame. So here we are, exactly what we're seeing from the camera at this point. We're taking a big wide shot and showing you everything that we're seeing in the frame, and that's the height of the plates right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and lower them so that at that point you can see them in the frame right there. They're just on the bottom of the frame. You can just barely see both of them, but you're not seeing them all the way into the frame. Same principle applies with actors. Keep the frame, move the blocking. Don't move the camera. If you like the frame, keep it. So we're going to go to an outdoor scene here real quick, and we wanted to make the actors about even keel as far as the same eye level. So we just prop them up on a half apple box. It's a Matthews half apple box right there. We just moved her up so she's at the same eye level. Adding gaffer tape to the bottom of chairs will allow them to slide a little bit better and reduce noise level. So we're going to put gaffer's tape right there on the bottom of this chair, and that way when we flip it over, it's going to slide around a little bit easier than it was just metal rubbing on the concrete. So we're going to do a lot more of these little tips and tricks here. We're going to go through all the different things before we get into lighting. Sandbags can keep rolling carts from rolling away. So if you have a rolling cart like that, it doesn't have a brake, just put a sandbag down there. It won't roll away anymore. You always want to feed and water your cast and crew. Now, it sounds like I'm making it into a joke, but I'm really not. I mean, I'm just saying like that, feed and water your cast and crew, so you can kind of remember to always do that. It makes for a cohesive and less frustrating work environment. Also, people don't have to leave the set to buy food. Make sure you have a craft service table all day stocked with fruit, snacks, juice, soda, and water, and either cater meals every 6 hours or at least provide box lunches. It's very, very important to do that. Every 6 hours, make sure they have a craft service table. Feeding your crew is even more important on a low budget or unpaid shoot. Where cast and crew are donating their time, the least you can do is feed them and pay for their gasoline. That's the least that you can do. It's even more important when you're not paying these people, when they're donating their time. You think, well, I'm not paying them, I don't have to feed them. No, it doesn't work that way. If they're donating their time, the least that you could do is give them full meals every 6 hours, or even more often than that sometimes, depending on the workload that they're having to do. When you have twisted cable nuts on the ground from walkways, always make sure to remove them or tape them over with gaffer's tape. Here's a knot right there. The least you can do is quickly just move it out of the way, move it out of the walkway so that people don't walk into it like this actor right here. One person, all it takes is for one of your actors to trip over, that's it. First of all, you just hurt a person. Second of all, you can't make the movie anymore. Pre-label all your tapes the night before to avoid confusion on the set. If using nonlinear media for recording, prepare your laptop, create numbered bins for fast transfers. So here we are right now. We are inserting tape into the camera's tape carriage, but it was a pre-labeled tape, which means that we spent some time the night before. We took all the cassettes out of their cases. We labeled all the tapes, 1, 2, 3, made sure everything was ready. So applying a thin base from a liquid foundation that matches the skin tone of your actor can mask skin blemishes. Applying powder after that will reduce reflections from light. So this is makeup. Basic makeup is just to put at least a little bit of thin foundation on the skin first, and then applying some powder after that so that the lights don't reflect into that foundation, which usually is sometimes a little bit more shiny than the powder by itself. And this is right here, this is just for a male actor. Most of your female actors are probably going to end up doing their own makeup anyhow. So, but you know, some of the guys that are going to be coming in on the set, they're not going to know how to do it, or maybe it's their first production, they don't know how to do it. So here's what you do. You match the skin tone of your actor. This is, you know, of course, granted that you have a makeup kit. And then you apply that liquid base first to the actor. And then after that, you put on some powder so that the lights that are coming in from in front of the actor don't reflect back from his face and create those nasty highlights. Now, 100% I'm saying that it will never replace a professional makeup artist, but a simple makeup kit will add production quality to a spec or an unpaid shoot. So if you're in a very low budget shoot or you're making your own little production, you have no money to pay a makeup artist, the least you can do is at least carry with you a small makeup kit so you can add some makeup to your actors and, you know, cover up some skin blemishes or anything else that, you know, just make their face tones a little bit more even. This is a very basic, you know, kit that I have that's in my, like a tackle box. But it's just more than enough for me to just be able to apply a little bit of makeup to the actor that's going to be in front of the camera. And you can see their skin tones have improved from the shot before. Everything's a lot better. Here we are even doing it in an outdoor situation. Just apply it outdoor. Always flag stray light from the set. Whenever you have any stray light hitting the back wall, you have to flag it, get it off the set. It doesn't look good. You can see that there's some stray light right there that our DP is moving in a C-stand and a flag, and he's preventing that stray light right there from hitting the back wall on the set. So always also flag stray light from your monitor. If you have a monitor on the set, which I definitely recommend that you do, always flag light away from that, because otherwise it's going to reflect into it and it's going to ruin your judgment of exposure. So here he is right there with the flag, and he's, you know, moving the C-stand in and making sure that the light coming in from the set is being flagged off of that set monitor so we can really evaluate exposure. Give your actors clear and brightly colored spike marks for their blocking. So there, right there, there's some T marks right there and a single line mark. It tells the actor where to stop and where to stand. And the T right there, it's supposed to be right where his toes are. So you put the slash, the line along where his feet are going to be, and then you put the T-bar across where the toes are going to be lining up at. So you always give him a direction and a point to stop right there. So here we are. We're going to show you an actor right there kind of hovering inside that area. That was his action. His action was to hover in a very particular area for the camera so that the lighting is right for him. And he was able to do that only because we gave him very clear spike marks. Don't forget, when the actor gets up right there and he starts walking in that area, he's trying to keep his eyes up above the frame, not looking down at his feet. And the only way to do that is to make sure that the spike marks are very brightly colored, like pink like that or salmon or something like that, not just white, you know, where you can't really distinguish them from the floor. Buy the special spike tape for it. It's only a couple of bucks, and it really makes a huge difference on the set for the actor. He's going to be able to hit his marks a lot easier. He's going to be able to see them without looking down, and it's just going to make for a much, much better shot. Here he is again from another angle doing the exact same thing. He's coming in. He's not having to look down. That's the thing. He just knows that the spike marks are there because they've left an imprint in his mind of exactly where they are because they're so brightly colored. He can see them on the way in. His brain registers exactly where they are. He's able to hover in just that particular area. So now we're going to talk about attaching a Matthews baby plate to a full Apple box for low angle lighting. So a Matthews baby plate is a little plate, that metal plate right there, and that's the one that holds the filler light that we were using on the last set, and we're also using it in this set. So we're using a couple of screws and a screwdriver, or I'm sorry, a power driver, to actually attach the baby plate directly to this Matthews full Apple box. The Apple box is that wooden box right there underneath it. That allows us to add a light directly to that and suspend it from a low angle. Spray cans of smoke or smoke machines trace the light path, and they create a moody atmosphere if used in moderation. So what you can use smoke for is when you're in the background and you just want to kind of fog up the background a little bit, make it a little bit more whitish so it's not quite as stark and dark, you can use a little bit of these spray cans full of smoke, and what they'll do is they'll trace the light path first of all so you can actually see the light path coming in, where the direction of the light is, and it also makes a more hazy kind of moody type of atmosphere back there, but only in moderation. So now let's go ahead and talk about adjusting the iris level. Gradually opens and closes the opening that lets in the light through the lens into the camera's CCD imager. So when you adjust the iris, as you're going to see the DP here in a moment, you're actually letting in more light. Right there, he's actually turning the knob right there that adjusts the iris level. That you're actually allowing more light to enter the camera than you were before. So now we're going to attach a Croziel matte box to a 15mm rod support system. So here we're going to show you. The Croziel matte box is a fantastic matte box system, and it allows you to control the amount of light that actually is getting into the camera's lens, especially stray light or light that's coming from above. Now we're ensuring that the Cinetech follow focus has a smooth gliding motion. So the Cinetech follow focus unit allows you to rack focus or to track focus with an actor as they're moving, and that's that big knob right there on the right side. It allows you to change the focus on the camera in a way that's much easier than turning the actual knob of the camera, the actual focus dial of the camera with your hand, because it puts it at a much better arc. So there we're checking that the actual gears are meshing in properly and that it's actually turning the focus knob or the focus dial of the actual camera. So now we're going to be attaching an extension whip to the Cinetech follow focus. So we have the follow focus on there that turns the focus dial. We're going to attach an extension whip to it. That way the first assistant camera operator can actually walk with the camera as we're dialing into the shot and track the focus with it without being like literally right on the camera and not actually wiggle the camera. So there's the actual knob that's used to change the focus, and you saw attaching the whip directly to the focus, the actual focus pulling, and it has a little light on the side of it that allows you to see your focus marks in perfect, pitch black darkness. And so there's the DP right there working with the first AC, and you can see us going back and forth from position 1 to position 2 on the focus marks. Ensuring that the dolly runs smoothly along the track, we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to run through the dolly several times to make sure that it's actually running smoothly and that there's no kinks in the track or anything that needs to be leveled. So as you can see, our DP is actually on the dolly right now. He's standing up right there. And the first AC is on his right side right there, and he's got the focus whip. And the dolly grip is pushing the dolly from back right behind the DP right there where he's sitting. And you can see the track right there. It's metal track, and the wheels are just like skate wheels. It's a specialized system. It's a specialized medium duty dolly that takes a tripod right there or a jib, and it's allowed to be pushed by the dolly grip. And what we're doing is we're putting the cable, the video cable that's extending from the camera, we're suspending that with a C-stand off to the left-hand side of the frame so that it's actually out of the way of the track. You can see that right there working right there. And so we can push the dolly all the way along the track, and the focus puller can change the focus without actually being hampered by that video cable. So here we are again from another angle. We're going to keep doing this. We're going to keep showing it to you from many different angles. There's the dolly grip on the right side, DP in the middle, first AC on the right, or I'm sorry, on the left. First AC being the first assistant camera operator, which is the person who usually either runs the camera or at least pulls the focus, which was what he's doing right there. Here we are, one more angle. This did not require a focus pull, so it's just the dolly grip and the DP. Somebody's waving their hand back there. Here we are one more time. We're doing it really fast there. You see that one? That was really fast. We're trying to get a very fast kind of dolly move. And so you can do quite a few number of different kind of speeds with the dolly once you actually get it rolling and smooth. We're going to show you throughout the series exactly when to use what kind of different dolly speeds to achieve what kind of different effect. You saw the DP there giving the dolly grip a signal to move. So we're going to talk about audio for a little bit before we get into lighting. So using a bandage to attach lavalier microphones to actors' bare skin is a good method when other solutions are not available. So if you don't have any other way to attach this little lavalier microphone, the little kind of tie-clip microphone to the actor's skin, a bandage will kind of get you by for a few minutes or maybe a half an hour, but eventually it will actually collapse and you won't be able to do it. And it works a little better than this gaffer's tape that we had on there before, because the gaffer's tape can sometimes show through extremely sheer kind of material, or like very kind of thin t-shirt material like this one that their actress is wearing right there. So he's going to go ahead, the DP is going to go ahead and put in the bandage on it, and that allows it to attach back to the bare skin when he peels it off there again. And sorry, by the way, there's no other way to illustrate this but then to show you this particular angle right here, but there's no other way to really show you. So he's going to go ahead and attach it right there and just flip it back up, and you can't really see it through. It just kind of pokes through just a little bit. So what he's going to do is actually lower it a little bit more and it gives us a little bit less, positive audio at that point, because the lower it is, the further it is away from the mouth. But at the same time, it's either that or you're going to see it through that particular type of t-shirt material. So here he is, he's doubling up the bandage at this point because we keep losing it. It keeps falling off. Bandages are not exactly a very good way of attaching lavalier mics to the skin because they just fall off eventually. We're going to show you a much better method here, using moleskins to attach lavalier microphones to the actor's bare skin. Reduces friction against clothing, and it's a much, much better way of attaching lavaliers to the person's skin because the glue that's on the moleskin is a lot more rigorous. It will stand up to sweat and to a little bit of water. Moleskins, they're just commonly available at the pharmacy for about $8 for a package. It'll last you about a year, and they're just used to, I guess, for moles. But you can attach them because they have that fuzzy kind of backing. They make really, really good wind resistors, so that you can't hear the wind kind of lashing at the lavalier microphone when you're outdoors. And again, we'll show you exactly how that works when we're outdoors. But you apply 2 different layers, one layer on the outside of the lav mic, and then one layer on the other side, and it's kind of sandwiched in between the moleskins at that point. And then you cut off whatever excess there is over there, and that's what you attach to the actual model skin. And again, I apologize for showing you this kind of a shot, but it's the only way to illustrate this principle. Now we're kind of widening out the transmitter attachment right there, so it'll hook easily into her pocket and not jam against her skin. And we're going to go ahead and make sure we are at the proper frequency on the transmitter. And as long as the transmitter is facing away from the camera, you're not going to see it. But because it was behind her there, we were able to see it when she got up to walk away with the camera. So all we had to do is modify it, put it on the other side, and then we weren't able to see it anymore. So we're going to tell you all about that here. Face transmitters away from the camera. And that means away from the camera wherever the actor is going to be walking. So we put it on her left side instead of behind her body. And that way when she walks away, you can't see it anymore. And you'll notice in the final shot, you're not going to see it. It's just not visible. And you tuck away any excess cable that's kind of hanging from the lavalier mic. Just put it in the pocket with both your actors. Just tell them to kind of, just force it in their pocket there. And if they have a shirt hanging over, it's perfect because it hangs over that, all that stuff. Attach your receivers to the camera's handguard for quick mounting. So you don't really need to buy expensive attachments for the camera. Just attach it to the handguard, which is the one that usually goes on the side of the camera that your hand goes through. So you just peel off the handguard cover, and then you attach both your receivers into the handguard directly. You can put 2 receivers on there. It allows you to it saves time, it saves money, and it saves a lot of other devices hanging off of your camera. We don't really need that kind of a thing. And it gives you the receivers right there next to the camera so that you can attach the cables very easily to them and then directly into the XLR inputs. So those are 2 Sennheiser receivers. That's actually the old model. They don't make these anymore. They make the new models now. But these are fantastic receivers as well. It's a fantastic system. And they take the 1/8 inch microphone input right there, and it converts it to an XLR input. So if you're not using a mixer with a preamp, set your XLR inputs to mic level and turn off phantom power. So if you have a mixer with a preamp, go ahead and use line level. But if you're not using a mixer, set your inputs to mic level and then plug in your XLRs into the side of the camera, one into each XLR lug. And here's an audio professional telling you exactly how he set up his system and why you would want to do that and when. And he's using a Shure FP33 mixer right there. That's what's being output to the camera.
The signal path goes from here into the microphone input of our FP33 mixer. We're using signal path that goes straight through. It's coming out this other side line level and hitting our camera with 2 XLRs in at left and right. We're also running a shotgun or boom microphone on channel 1 that'll be hanging directly over the talent. Signal path is split, so I have the boom on channel 1 and I have the lavalier on channel 2, so that later in editing they can decide which microphone they want to use more. Alright, we're using a mixer today because we're running 2 microphones. We're running a shotgun over the top, and then we're also using a wireless lav so that they can take their choice later. The mixers allow me to do 2 important things. 1, the preamps in this mixer are far better than what you find in most cameras. And 2, it allows me to change the microphone input levels to line levels, which are much better for carrying over a distance and hitting the camera. The wireless that I'm using, though I could use it on the person and directly into the camera, gets much better conditioning going through the mixer and connecting with the camera directly.
So now if you don't have a mixer though, and you just want to be able to go into the camera, you want to adjust the levels and listen into the camera's audio output, not the receiver's output. So you don't want to listen, when you plug in your headphones, don't plug them into the actual receiver, plug them into the camera. That way, when you adjust the levels, as our DP here is doing, he's adjusting the audio levels on the back of the camera, and you can see them kind of, the audio level indicators on the bottom right-hand side of the frame there. You adjust the levels on the camera, you listen through the camera, because when you listen through the receivers, you don't know what the camera is doing. So you want to make sure you have a closed system. Receiver goes into the camera, headphones going into the camera, and you only listen through the camera itself. So adjust the receiver output to ensure a low level output that will not overdrive the camera's preamp. At mic level input setting, the camera is expecting a very low level signal. So what you want to do is make sure that the output of the receiver, right there, where I'm pointing my thumb at right there, that output has to be reduced. You want to make sure that the volume output on the receiver itself is not set too high, because if it's set too high, it'll overdrive the camera, and then no matter what you do on the camera side, it will not sound good. I know this is a lot of information coming at you real fast, but don't forget, this is all going to get reiterated in the series later on, and every principle is going to get, spoken about again and again. So if you keep hearing interference on the wireless system, try switching to another frequency. That doesn't always work, but most of the time it really, really does. Sometimes it's just a bad frequency. Somebody else is using that frequency, especially in downtown areas or any areas of industrial areas. You're going to find a lot of UHF interference. So here we are changing frequencies right there on the receiver, and then also we'll change them on the transmitter as well too, to make sure that they match and make sure that we go to a whole different frequency that's far enough away from the other frequency that they're not like really close to each other, because if it's a very strong signal from this interference, it's probably going to block out everything near that frequency as well too. So even when budgets are tight, consider even a low-cost LCD to act as a production monitor. It's very important to have a production monitor, even in outdoor situations, that can hopefully be battery operated. Here's a production monitor that our DP has that costs about $500. He bought it from a local store, and it takes in a component and a Super VHS input as well as a regular video input, and acts as a regular computer monitor too. Scouting locations with a camera is one of the most important tasks for the filmmaker. It allows you to come home and watch what the locations look like days before you actually arrive on set. Make conscious framing decisions and append your storyboards. You can make all those changes way before you actually get to the set and start shooting. You don't have to make those decisions in an amateurish kind of way at that time. Always record your own audio notes, mentioning the time of day, direction of the sun, f-stop at that time of day, and whether it was quiet or noisy. That way you can remember later on when you get to the studio or when you get back home all your notes. So here's my notes. Okay, now this is up across the street, facing down east. This is facing east right now, facing those mountains right there. And there's where we just were. We were just over there. And now we're over here. F3.4 with no gain, no ND. Obviously there's cars behind us, but there's nothing in front of us. And that's about a low angle. There. There's also some nice stuff right there. View past the Steadicam like that. This is what's right behind me, straight up, practically, but it's still manageable. There's a trail there. So those were all my notes when I actually scouted this location way before we actually got to the set. This is 3 weeks before we actually got to the set, and I was able to make all my decisions for the scenes that you're going to see coming up here way before we actually arrived on there, and put them in my storyboard notes and just prepare for everything that I'm going to do. I did that the entire movie. That's why I was able to spend only 3-4 hours per location instead of a whole day. So when mixing sunlit and shaded areas in the same frame and you cannot add reflected illumination, try to expose midway so that the highlights don't burn out too much and the shadows are not too dark. Now what does that mean? It means that when you go in and you can't light something outdoors, you can't add light or add a reflector, just expose somewhere in the middle. Don't expose for the highlights, don't expose for the shadows, but right in the middle. You can see our DP doing that right now. You can still see in the shadows, you can still see in the highlights, you can see when they walk in that you don't really have to make any kind of an exposure change, even though it's a brightly sunlit area. Most cameras are designed to operate in this environment. They can operate. Just make sure you don't overexpose the camera or underexpose it. Right in the middle is fine. Dappled sunlight increases the perception of movement because the alternating highlights heighten the speed of motion. What does that mean? It means when you have sun streaming through all the different leaves on trees, and all those leaves are kind of making all these highlights on the actors as they're walking through the area, it's going to feel like the actors are actually moving faster because of the alternating patterns of light and dark. So here we are. We're going to actually have a shot where there's no sunlight coming in. It's just an overcast day. And here's the exact same shot with sunlight coming in. Watch what happens. You feel like they're actually traversing different parts of the frame, like they're moving faster when the actor is coming towards you. Okay, warm cards warm up the camera's white balance by tricking it into thinking that there's actually more blue tint in the light. Therefore, the camera compensates by leaning the white balance to the red, which appears more orange and thus warmer. So pretty much you're just white balancing on a very specific blue card, and therefore the camera is going to make everything warmer. The cards come in different grades. They're a more natural method of forcing a warmer tone in the scene than adding a post-production color correction. Make sure you have a calibrated monitor on the set so you don't go too far with the color tint. So it's better than actually shooting it clean and coming back to post and coloring it if you know for a fact that that's how you want it to be. But just make sure you have a monitor. So there's the warm card right there, and we're opening it up right there, and we're showing you all the different grades right there that are actually inside the box, inside the package. And there's the DP white balancing off the warm warm card. We use these things throughout the movie, and they really helped us achieve a lot of different looks for the movie that are more cinematic than just shooting clean white balance. Reflectors are a great way to add illumination in an outdoor setting without sacrificing speed of setup. What does that mean? It means that you can just pop up a reflector and just go. Just actually start shooting the image right away without having to sit around and wait for your crew or somebody to set up a lot of lights and set up these large reflective panels. Just grab these little compact reflectors like the one that the grip is holding right there. They have 5 different sides to them usually, either 5 or 6 different sides, and one of the sides ought to give you pretty much what you need for the scene. For just small 2 shots like what we're doing, they work really well. For larger areas, if you want to cover a wide shot, you want to get these 4x4 reflectors. This is the one from Matthews right there. This is like a silvered mirror finish reflector. It goes into a small stand just like that, and it allows you to stand even further away from the actors with the reflector and still get the kind of light that you're looking for. You see how shiny they are, very mirrored, polished, kind of feel, but at the same time they're very lightweight, so it allows you to do a wide shot. In between takes or setups, the weather is cold. Cover your performers. Soup or warm beverages also make for happy cast and crew. When you're not shooting and it's cold outside, don't let your actor and your actress just stand there with a t-shirt. That's just not very healthy for anybody. It's not good for you either. Cover them up. Make sure that they're nice and warm but in between the takes, especially in a situation like this where it was very windy and it was very cold outside, and we've been shooting for about 6 or 7 hours outside in the cold. Even if you can't control the lighting in outdoor settings, you can always control the angle of the camera, the framing, and what's inside the frame. What does that mean? It means that you can't, sure you can't control the lighting. God's controlling light. It comes from the sun. But at the same time, you can change the angle and the height of the camera, and you can change what's inside the frame. Look at this, for instance. On the left side of the frame, there's this twig, and it was really drawing attention away from the actors for me. And here's what happens when it gets cleared away. Yes, I don't have control over the lighting, but I can always modify the frame. So now let's talk about lenses, shots, and angles. So wide-angle lenses have the effect of widening the perspective from a given angle and a certain distance from the subject. This is an example of a 0.7 wide angle that increases the viewing angle by 30%. So this is not actually a lens, this is a converter. So it converts the existing lens that's attached to the camera and makes it 30% wider. It's called a 0.7x. Here's what it actually does. This is the actual frame with the Century VS07 on the frame right now. Here's what happens when we take it off. You see how it's more pushed in, and there's the actual lens. That's the converter, and it's made by Century Optics, 0.7. We're going to rewind right now and actually show me putting it back on so you can see exactly what it looks like when you put it back on into a scene like this. There we go. That's the 0.7x in action. That's what you're getting from the exact same perspective live, no cuts. Telephoto lenses have the effect of narrowing the perspective from a given angle and a certain distance from the subject. Here's a 1.6x telephoto converter that increases magnification by 60%. So when you put a 1.6x telephoto converter, you're getting pushed in 60% closer to the subjects. You're magnifying that area of the frame 60%. But even the best telephoto converters vignette towards the corners of the frame until you zoom in to compensate. These converters are designed to give you a greater magnification, not a full zoom scale. What that means is that when you put it on the lens, the first thing you're going to see is it vignettes around the top left, right, and bottom left and right edges of the frame until you zoom in. And when you zoom in, that vignetting goes away. It's supposed to give you a good close-up, but you're not supposed to be able to use the entire zoom scale like with the 0.7x wide angle. So here's the Century optics, and we're putting it on right there, and you notice how it's vignetting. You can actually see the barrel, the entire barrel of the frame, until you actually zoom in. And here we go. We're adjusting the camera. We're zooming in a little bit more right there. And as soon as we zoom in far enough, you won't see that vignetting anymore. And we're going to rewind, zoom out just a little bit, tilt down, zoom out all the way, and we're going to remove it and see what kind of an effect it has. So you're getting closer to the actor 60%. This is the thing that allows you to get extreme close-ups and still have them in focus. Now we're going to talk about shots. A wide shot conventionally establishes the location and the action where the scene is about to take place. The framing depends on the scene. What matters is the proportions of the shots to each other within the frame. So essentially, the wide shot, there's no convention for a wide shot. It's just in relation to the medium shot that you're going to take of that same scene. So when I tell my DP, I say, okay, give me a wide shot of the scene. Let's just say this is the wide shot. The medium shot is just going to be a little bit closer, but the wide shot could have been from much further away. As long as you just establish with your DP what a wide shot is, then he'll know what you mean by a medium shot and close-up at that point. So this is what we established as a wide shot. A medium shot brings the audience closer to the action. It's not as personal as the close-up. It is better for editing to move in with the camera rather than zoom in. When you change shots, change the height, angle, and framing. What does that mean? Well, first of all, it's more personal in a close-up because you can see the actors better. You can see the action better. It is better for editing to move in with the camera. When you want to go to a medium shot, don't just zoom in. Actually pick up the camera and move in closer to get that medium shot. And when you move in, always change the height, angle, and framing. This masks small differences in subject positioning and blocking. When you actually pick up the camera and move it in and change perspectives entirely, you won't actually see somebody's arm out of place in a different place or somebody looking in a different direction as with the wide shot, because it's not a hard cut anymore. It's not a jump cut anymore. So this is a medium shot from a wide shot perspective. We're going to go ahead and zoom in and show you why it's better to actually move in with the camera rather than zoom in. This is just one where we zoomed in and we got a medium shot. This is the position now for actually moving in. So we moved in, we got a new perspective. This is a whole different perspective, and now we're going to cut back and forth and show you the differences between the two shots. This is the original establishing wide shot. I want you to concentrate on that for just a little bit and just kind of see. This is a freeze frame, so I want you to see exactly where everybody is. This is a medium shot from that position. It feels like it's a hard cut, like it's a just a jump cut, like something happened in the action. The actors just kind of jumped out at you. There's the wide shot again. It just feels like the action just doesn't look right. Now let's see what happens when we actually just pick up the camera and move in closer with it. Right there. When we actually moved in closer with the camera, it just feels like a whole different perspective. It doesn't feel like the actors just pop out of the frame closer to you. Moving in even further with a wide-angle lens is even more personal, and it changes the relative proportions of the actors. The actor closest to the wide-angle lens appears larger. So that means that when you actually move in even closer with a wide-angle lens, you're going to get even closer feeling to these actors. You're going to feel like you're right next to them rather than a medium shot with a telephoto lens. And also it's going to enlarge the actor who's closest to the lens. Whoever's closest to the camera is going to feel bigger than the person that's right behind them. So here we go. We moved in even closer. You can see the original position right there. And we moved in about 6 or 7 feet. And there's our new position for the tripod. And we're using the wide-angle lens now. Well, we're using the furthest, widest point of our lens. So this is a medium shot using a wide-angle lens. This is not the converter, this is just a wide-angle lens. So we just zoomed out all the way and using our wide-angle portion of our zoom lens. And there's the old medium shot. You can even use your DVD player to go back and forth and see the difference, but it's a major difference. I mean, the wide angle shot just feels so much more personal. There's that other medium shot that we took from the new perspective, and now we're going to cut directly from this back to the wide angle shot. Watch this in just a moment. Look at the background. Watch the background. There it is. You see that? It just feels like you really just kind of like right there next to the performers. It feels a lot more personal. And now we're going to maintain a consistent focal length when moving in from shot to shot, because it helps the audience feel that they have simply moved closer to the action rather than magnified a certain area of the frame. So rather than zooming in from a faraway distance and just magnifying that area of the frame, when you pick up the camera and actually move closer to the subjects, it makes the audience feel like they actually walked closer to the performers. It's a much more organic type of frame. It feels like you just really did get closer to the actors. So here's the wide shot. We're going to concentrate on that for a little bit. And there's the medium shot using the wide angle lens. It actually feels like the camera got closer to the actors, like we kind of abbreviated a dolly shot and ended up at the actors. Now here's the wide shot again, and what we're going to do is we're going to cut to the medium shot of just a zoomed in shot, and watch what happens. It feels like the actors are just going to pop right in front of you. You see that? They just pop right in front of you. It doesn't feel natural. It feels like you just kind of like used a set of binoculars from that faraway distance rather than moving closer to them. Now a CMS, or a close medium shot, is closer than a medium shot, but not quite as close as a close-up. This is textbook. This is a real shot. It's called a close medium shot. This is just a way for you to communicate with your DP. That way when you tell them, well, I don't want a medium shot, I don't want a close-up, I want something right in the middle. You don't have to keep saying that every single time. You can just say I want a CMS, or I want a close medium shot. You'll notice that we're a little bit closer to them than from the medium shot, but not quite as close as a close-up. So it's a little bit more personal. You can see the actors a little bit more, but at the same time, you're not just isolating one actor or doing an over-the-shoulder. So this is a medium shot using the wide-angle lens, and now we're going to cut from this to the CMS here in just a second. Notice how you can see all the way down to their knees, essentially, and above their heads. This is a CMS. You've cut them off pretty much right above the elbow, but you still have the headroom right above their heads, but you're not cutting them off like right below the shoulder as for a close-up. The same principles apply when moving in for a close-up. Change height, angle, and framing to accommodate the subject. However, try not to get a close-up on an actor with a wide-angle lens, since that will be unflattering unless you're doing it for effect. Which means that when you actually get closer to an actor and try to do a close-up with a wide-angle lens, you're going to distort their features. They're not going to look right. They're going to look like they have a huge nose, or they're going to also look like they're a lot larger than the actor right behind them. We're going to actually do that in a second. We're going to see how moving in with a wide-angle lens exaggerates her size in proportion to his. But I mean, to like not even a normal degree. So here we go. This is a close-up with a wide-angle lens. Notice how she looks almost like she's twice as big as he is. If you're going for effect, which means you're trying to create an environment where things feel like they're out of the ordinary or out of place, or you're trying to get inside an actor's mind, then you might explore doing something like that. But normally, when you do a close-up, you want to do it with a telephoto lens so that you can be more kind to their features and compress the perspective a little bit more. Now, remember what you're seeing here is still a two-shot, but it has close-up framing. So it's framed like a close-up, which means it's head and shoulders, but it's still a two-shot. You have both actors in the frame. And by all means, close-ups don't have to be just head and shoulders. They can be even closer than that. It just depends on the proportion of the medium shot. We'll also go over extreme close-ups later on in the series. They're extremely tightly framed close-up shots, usually showing only a very specific action. Let's just say somebody's eyebrows or somebody's eye or nose, just one part of their face sometimes. Depth of field is controlled by iris, focal length, distance from camera to subjects, and distance from subjects to background. So the more you close down your iris, let's say you go to an f8 or an f11, the more you're going to see into the background, the more the background is going to be in focus. The more you open it up, the less you're going to see the background, the more it's going to be out of focus. We're going to give you an example of that coming up. We're also going to give you examples of all the stuff coming up in the series too. The more you increase the distance from camera to subject, the more you're able to throw the background that's directly behind that subject out of focus. The more you increase the distance from the subject to the background, the more you can decrease depth of field, which means that the background right behind the subject will be a lot more in focus than a background that's 50 feet away from the subject. So also what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the fact that most people are trying to achieve a shallow depth of field. Usually when you're trying to shoot, you're trying to get that background out of focus. So that's achieved by using a long focal length telephoto lens, an open iris, greater distance from subject to background, and appropriate distance from camera to subject. And that last one is very much dependent on the situation that you're in and the type of telephoto lens that you're using and the camera that you're using. So that depends on the situation. But the other three always apply. Longer focal length, more wide open iris, and greater distance from subject to background are always going to give you a background that is more out of focus. So we're going to discuss an example of that. Here's an example. We're using a telephoto lens. We're about 6 feet from the actors. The actors are about 50 feet or more from the background, and we'll be using neutral density filters to open up the iris of the camera and reduce depth of field and then reverse it. Neutral density filters, all they do, there are two that are built into the camera, and they're dark gray filters that are behind the lens. They step in and they darken the frame. They reduce the amount of light that's coming through the lens and hitting the CCD, which is the actual imager of the camera. So they allow you to shoot with a wide open aperture. There's the DP right now engaging the first ND filter. Then he's going ahead and irising up. Then he's going to the higher filter, that's ND filter number 2, and he's opening up the iris even further. So let's go ahead and watch the background. See how it's all in focus. You can actually see that tree back there, and it's totally in focus. Now here's the DP going to ND filter number 1. You notice how it darkens the frame, then he compensates with the iris, and it throws that background a little bit out of focus, but not really enough, because we're not quite at a wide open iris yet. We have a long focal length, and there's a great distance from the subjects to the background, but we don't have a wide open aperture yet, a wide open iris. So we're going to go ahead and switch up to filter number 2. This is ND filter number 2, which is absorbing 2 stops of light, again, just like the first filter. And there you go. You'll notice that that background has gone completely out of focus because we've satisfied the 3 requirements for achieving a shallow depth of field. We have a long focal length, or telephoto, we have a wide open iris, and there's a great distance from the subjects to the background. So now we're going to go backwards. We're going to start with a shallow depth of field, which is what you see in front of you, and we're going to show the DP going step by step. He's reducing down to ND1, and he's reducing the iris, reducing the exposure of the camera. There it goes right there. Then he's going to go to no ND. This is ND off, and he's again going to go ahead and close down the iris even more, reduce the exposure in the camera, and there comes the background in focus. Now panning is turning the camera left and right. A pan can illustrate a setting, track a subject, or reveal new information. We've already seen some pans in the last section that we just did, where we were panning with the subject as they were traveling from left to right or right to left. So you can illustrate a setting in a wide panning shot and show the entire area, or you can pan on a close-up and just concentrate on tracking a subject rather than illustrating a setting. Or you can pan not with a subject and not in a wide shot, but just pan over to something interesting in the frame to reveal new information. This can be something that the audience is not yet aware of, that you just want to pan and illustrate without actually cutting to another whole shot. So in conjunction with subject movement, it can establish location and further the story. Panning with the subject movement reduces eye strain. Now what that means is whenever you have movement in the shot, whenever a person is actually moving in the shot and you're panning with them, it's always going to be easier on the eye than when you're just doing a pan and there's nothing moving in the shot. Watch this shot and watch how, because the performers are there, we're able to pan at probably a greater speed than we would normally be able to pan because there's something for the audience to see. And watch when we pan the other side. That was a right to left pan. This is a left to right pan tracking with the performers, with movement. And whenever there isn't movement in the frame, we do have to pan a little bit slower. Otherwise, it's going to create eye strain in the audience. You can also pan with a closer shot and get a tracking shot where you track the actors closely as they move through the frame. We can pan a lot faster when we're zoomed in and we're tracking movement. Watch how fast we can pan in this particular shot because of the speed of the actual actors, because the audience is concentrating only on them, so it doesn't matter how fast the background is going, but that background is moving really fast. In a static shot, the camera does not move. It forces the audience to only concentrate on the location and the actors blocking, and that's it. There's no motion, no tilting, no panning. This is a static shot. It's just a locked-down tripod shot. It forces the audience to only look at the location, the framing, and the actors blocking, and that's it. Here's the same shot with a pan motion, just so you can see kind of a little bit of the difference. So we're starting with a pan, and eventually we settle into the static shot framing right there. Tilts are a great way to reveal new information to the audience without widening the frame. They are also essential for revealing clothing that identifies a character. So let's just say you don't want to go to a wide shot, but you want to reveal clothing very slowly to the audience in a close-up form. That's when you tilt up. So we're slowly tilting up on the actress, revealing the character's clothing that identifies that particular character and her persona in the actual movie. We're tilting up, we're maintaining a close-up, we're not losing the audience's attention by going to a wide shot. The height of the camera always influences perception. How far you put the camera, you put it at the eye level of the performers when they're walking, do you put it at their waist level, do you put it at their knee level? So we're going to look at 3 different examples of the exact same motion. Camera at eye level, camera at waist level, then camera at knee level. And we're going to see how it affects our perception of the frame. So here it is at eye level to the performers. And now we're going to watch it again at waist level. And we're going to use a lot more of these examples later on in the series. This is at waist level. And now we're going to do it at about knee level. Watch how the performers appear to kind of be more like larger than life when we're at knee level. It just feels like we're looking up at them, like, you know, there's a lot more grandeur kind of attached to the scene, like this is a great occasion, this is a happy occasion, or the performers are actually larger than life. The height of the camera always influences the audience's perception. When you make a subject appear larger in the frame, you're always assigning more grandeur to it. You're assigning, you know, more godlike qualities to it. Whenever you go up higher and you look down on a performer, you're always going to assign other kinds of emotions to it. You're going to make that person look smaller, like they're smaller in the frame, smaller in life, and you can use that as well to your dramatic advantage too when you're telling a story, depending on where the character is in that part of their lives. Most of the time, you want to use the dolly in conjunction with action that's actually happening in the frame creatively. So you would only use the dolly when something happens in the script. Let's just say they say a specific line and some kind of a dramatic moment is about to happen. You would use a dolly shot to come closer with the camera and emphasize that particular line of the script or that particular dramatic moment. So let's just say in this point, he's telling her that he's going to break up with her, and she's going to pick up the knife like she's going to stab him with it or something, but just kind of start twirling it right there in the foreground. So you want to dolly in on just that moment to only emphasize that particular dramatic moment, as opposed to just dollying the entire shot just to add production value. This is dollying on a dramatic moment. So here we go. He's telling her he's going to break up with her. He's saying he's just about had it. And so she picks up the knife. We start the dolly. We get him out of the frame and then back in. And then we tilt down to the knife. So this was a dolly in combination with a tilt down on a dramatic moment. So this is going to be a zoom shot on a dramatic moment with a tilt to reveal the knife. Zooms, of course, are not as natural as dollies because we're just magnifying a certain part of the frame rather than moving closer with the camera. We'll go over this a lot more in the series. There's just a zoom shot. You can see how it's unnatural. It just magnifies a certain part of the frame rather than comes closer to the actress. It's very soap opera kind of type of movement. Now we're trying to get a close-up from the master shot perspective and not allowing for face room or look space. So when you try to get a close-up from the master shot position, which we'll go over much more later, but you don't give the actor face room, which is look space, it's not going to look good. You got to give him some face room, which is room for the actor's face to kind of look away at the other actor on the other side of the frame. And if you don't do that, it feels like the actor's face is way too close to the edge of the frame in the wrong way. Whenever you cheat in an actor, you ask him to move in or out of the frame unnaturally. This is not where the actor would normally be. He's far away from her. It's farther away from when he was before, but we're cheating him in because it looks good for the camera. So he's actually much further away than he was before, but it looks really good for the camera for the actual action shot. What we just showed you before is a close-up over the shoulder shot. This is the wider version of that exact same shot, just a little bit wider. You'll notice it's not as personal. It's wider, you can see more, but it feels more illustrative than cinematic. Here's poor framing on this close-up where you have too much headroom. This is too much headroom. You've already seen what it's supposed to look like. This is too much headroom. You'll notice that there's just a lot of open space above his head. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. We need to tilt down the camera and move in a little bit and adjust the frame a little bit. So this is not the right way to do it. This is too much headroom. So this is poor framing on his close-up. There's no face room or headroom. We already talked about this before, that you can't put the face too close to the edge of the frame. Here it is again, just to show you one more time how you're not supposed to frame a close-up. There's no headroom. There's no room above his head. There's no face room. He's looking right into the edge of the frame. It's not a very nicely framed image. You're not supposed to cross the eye line to get his close-up, just like you didn't cross the eye line to get her close-up. Even though the lighting is going to probably look a little bit nicer at first, but it won't cut in post. When you try to cut it with a master shot, they're going to switch positions. He used to be on the left side, now he's on the right side. He used to be on the left side, now he's on the right side. And it will not cut with the actual master shot where you establish them as him being on the right side, and now he just popped on off to the left side. It just won't cut. We'll illustrate that a lot more later on, how it just will not cut, and how to maintain the proper eye line for all your actors. Crossing the eye line to get her close-up will not cut with the master shot. Check this out. When you cross over to the other side of his shoulder instead of the first side, even though the lighting looks better, but it will not cut with the master shot. Flipping the actress positions will cross the line of sight and the lighting direction. You have to move the camera to the other side. You can't just have them flip their seats and go, oh, okay, I can just shoot the shot. It'll work just fine. You can't do that. The lighting will change. The direction of the light will change. It used to come from her left side. Now it's going to come from her right side. And also their positions are all changed up, so you just can't do it. You have to actually change the camera position. That's the only way you can get where you're not crossing the line of sight and the lighting direction. Now we're going to talk about axes of movement. This is the axes of movement of performers in the frame, or their faces or their bodies actually moving in the frame. First one is the z-axis. That's motion to and from the camera. The subject gets larger and smaller in the frame. In a two-dimensional world, which is the world of the camera, it doesn't really perceive that objects are actually traveling closer and further away from the camera. It just perceives them as actually getting bigger and smaller. And the only way you can increase that feeling of actual distance is by introducing side light, where you side light something so that it feels like it's actually traveling away from you. And also by using the memory, human memory, where we know when somebody's actually walking away from the camera just by the motion of their legs, it means they're actually increasing the distance between them and the camera, as you can see here in the frame in front of you. But if it weren't for our memory effect, and if it weren't for the side lighting, we wouldn't really perceive these people actually walking away from the camera. They would just appear to be getting smaller and smaller in the frame. Now, subjects traveling towards the camera are more engaging than one traveling away from the camera, because the action is literally coming to you. It's coming to the camera. So here they are again. It's the same shot. You can see their faces, you can see the action, you can see their performance. It's just a much more interesting shot than the one where they were just walking away. When you bring the action to the camera, it's always going to be more interesting than when you make it go away from the camera, unless you're doing it for effect, where you're trying to make these performers shrink into the distance for psychological effect or dramatic effect. Now, when you're using a wide-angle lens, the subject moves very quickly near the camera and then disappears slowly. So we're going to watch this shot here coming up of our actor, and he's going to be walking near the camera real fast. But as soon as he gets away from the camera, it feels like it takes him forever then to traverse any kind of distance. Let's watch him coming back down the mountain here. He comes in, it feels like it takes forever until he gets close to the camera, and then he moves really fast. Let's watch that one more time. And remember, the telephoto lenses do the exact opposite. When using a telephoto lens, the subject moves very slowly the entire time, since the distance to the camera is not being exaggerated. This means that the camera is so far away from the subject that the distance that the subject is traveling is actually negligible compared to the distance that the camera is far away from the subject. So being far away from a performer moving towards you, as we are in this case, is going to make it look like they're just taking forever to get to you. They're very, very slowly coming closer and closer and closer, and the distance that they're traveling is nowhere near as far as how far away we are from them. In the x-axis, the subject travels left and right in the frame, left and right. So we're going to see some examples of that and the psychological impact of that too. Here they are. They're traveling from right to left. And we're going to talk about that a little bit. The direction of travel in the frame from left to right is extremely important. The reason being is that travel towards frame right is always easier on the eye because it moves with the direction of reading text, left to right. So you can use that to dramatic advantage when you're telling a story visually with the camera. If someone's headed towards something that they don't want to go and do, you can make them go right to left, and it's going to make, subliminally, it's going to make the audience feel like there's something uncomfortable about this motion. However, if they're going someplace where they want to be going, or if it's like a happy occasion, you can move them from left to right, because naturally that's what the audience is going to feel like is the natural progression from left to right along with the reading eye. The y-axis, the subject travels up and down in the frame, up and down in the frame. So we already talked about the z-axis, forward and back, x-axis, left and right. This is the y-axis, up and down. The y-axis, when the subject is traveling downwards in the frame, it's always easier on the eye because it's the direction of gravity. So any object or subject that's traveling downwards in the frame is always going to feel like it's easier on the eye because they're going with the direction of gravity. They're coming downhill with gravity. Any subject that's traveling up in the frame appears to be fighting gravity. And it doesn't matter if it's a human being walking uphill or a car going uphill. You can use it to psychological impact because our eyes perceive it as a difficult motion when something is going uphill or up in the frame. Usually from the bottom right to the top right, or from the bottom right to the top left. So any subject that's traveling diagonally to the left and up in the frame is the most difficult for the eye to follow. Why is that? Because it's against the reading eye and it's uphill. So we're going to watch an example of that. This is the most difficult motion for the eye to follow, for an audience's eye to follow. When they see this, they perceive it as being an extremely difficult motion. They perceive it psychologically as being a bad thing. Y-axis, subject traveling diagonally to the right and down in the frame, is the easiest for the eye to follow. Why? It goes with the reading eye and downhill. So here we are. It's the exact same motion. Watch it again. It feels like it's easier in the eye. It feels like this is something that is easy to follow, an easy action to follow. You can use that to your dramatic advantage. So now we're going to talk about composition. This is going to be probably one of the harder sections to understand at first because it kind of really takes you out of the comfort element of what you've been used to. But we will go over composition a lot in this series. So the law of thirds is an age-old principle that prescribes placing the main subject of interest along the bottom or top third of the frame, off to one side. It is not written in stone and it's broken all the time, but it is a good principle to learn when trying to create harmony in the frame. So we're going to go ahead and illustrate that. It means that when you break up the frame into thirds, like a tic-tac-toe kind of grid, and you've put the performer either to the left or to the right side and either to the top third or the bottom third, you're always going to have a more interesting frame than when they're just centered up. That's what the law says. It doesn't always apply, but if you're trying to create harmony, it's nice to know that it's actually there for you. There's the grid of thirds, and you can see that we put our subject of interest, which is her. She's the one we're trying to create sympathy for. We put her up in the top right-hand third of the frame. Now, a rack focus changes the plane of focus along the z-axis, which means that it shifts the focus creatively to another plane behind the current one and thereby reveals new information to the audience. So we're going to go ahead and illustrate that. But what does that mean? It means that you have planes of movement, foreground, midground, background, and when you change the focus between those planes from foreground to midground, you're actually traveling with your focus along the z-axis, which travels far and close to the camera. So we're going to actually illustrate that right now. This is the current plane of focus in the foreground. Now there's this new story element about to happen. There she is in the background. So we rack focus to her, reveal the actor in the background. And then we back to the foreground plane of focus. So we use the focusing mechanism, the rack focus, as a story element. Forms in the frame. There are many shapes that occur in nature, like lines, triangles, and rectangles, but there are also shapes that can be created by the blocking of actors. It leads the audience unconsciously down a certain emotional path. And this is because different shapes in nature mean different things to us. Triangles, are like usually broad bases, and they just symbolize kind of like power and strength for us. Rectangles are very balanced for us, and so are squares too. Circles are, kind of harmonious. The blocking either creates shapes in the frame, or it pushes the audience's eye to look at certain points of interest. Those points then create invisible shapes in space due to the movement of the audience's eye. This is going to be probably the most difficult, new concept to process, as it was for me 10 years ago. Watch what happens now. We're going to go ahead and illustrate a few things for you. And watch what happens. It's not just the motion of the people in the frame, but where you're actually looking as an audience, where your eyes are looking. You're drawing these lines. The audience first sees any actor's eyes in the frame. Then the next set of eyes. Then the widest object near the center. Lightness always advances, darkness always recedes. Then the widest object off-center. This can all be trumped by motion. A moving object in the background easily upstages all the above. So the first thing you're going to see is the first actor's eyes. As human beings, that's the first thing we notice in the frame. Then we're going to go to the next set of eyes, then the other white object closest to the frame, then off-frame. Also, more colorful or warm-colored objects will trump cool-colored objects. So someone wearing a red coat is always going to stick out more than someone wearing a dark blue coat. It's just the way it is. That's the way we process color. That's the way our perception is in our eyes. And we're going to also see an example of that too. And actually later in the series, we'll see a lot more examples of that. But we're going to watch the following scene, and this is going to at least prime you so that when you see more of these examples later on in the future, you'll be ready for them. Okay, here we go. Now this is a tough concept, so open your mind. Here we have a rectangle in the frame. The blocking of these performers is making a rectangle shape in the frame. When the other performer comes in the background, she moved in and she stole the attention away from that rectangle. So motion always trumps everything else. Now, her pink coat is going to take more attention away than from his blue one or the other actress's black coat. So color trumps other colors. Warm colors trump other cool colors. Now here's the next difficult concept. Watch how their body positions in the frame make a triangle. They make a triangle with their faces, the three objects of interest in the frame. But they don't just make a triangle with the actual two-dimensional visual image that you see in front of you that's grouped like a triangle. They also make a triangle because the audience bounces from her face to his face to Laura's face behind him, back to her face, to his face, to Laura's face, and that creates the motion of a triangle, an invisible line in space that actually says something to the audience. It has an emotional impact on the audience. Now watch what happens when Laura, the actress in the back, moves closer. She creates a different type of new triangle. It's more of a taller triangle where she completely dominates the frame. So this is a new triangle that we've created for the audience where she's completely dominating the frame. Now watch what happens when Tatiana, the actress on the left, actually gets up to move. The light actually hits her and she becomes more illuminated than any of the other actors in the frame. That draws attention to her due to lighting contrast. Then when she stands up, we have a new triangle where she's actually dominating the frame, primarily because she's the tallest one in the frame right now, and she's also the closest one to the camera. And her height and her closeness to the camera is going to dominate the frame. Also, she's isolated on the left side by herself, whereas Laura is grouped with the actor on the right side. So her isolation on the left side is going to always draw more attention to her because she's an isolated entity in the frame rather than clumped with another actor in any other part of the frame. The last thing is that also she's getting more lighting than the rest of the actors. She has that rim light or the kicker light from the sun, and that's another reason why we put her there, is that so that she can actually get the sun, and that draws even more attention to her than the other actors. Now watch how they're both looking at the actor seated on the bottom right hand side. Watch how the movement, your eye is going to go directly to them and then down to him. So the audience is going to keep shifting in this triangle, trying to figure out if one of them is looking at the other one or if they're still looking at him. They keep going around in this triangular configuration. That's a motion of the audience's eyes, back and forth, back and forth. And now they both go off in different directions. We block them that way, and as you remember, going to the right side is with the reading eye, going to the left side is against the reading eye, and that has emotional impact too. And they leave the actor alone sitting in the middle of the frame, making a very narrow-based triangle with his body, and also his isolation becomes his own strength again. By himself, he's again stronger, but at the same time, because he's so small in the frame and he has so much headroom and so much area and room around him, it creates more isolation for him in the frame and makes him seem smaller. Remember how we talked about the smaller object in the frame feels smaller to the person? This guy really kind of messed up in his life, and he ended up cheating on one girl to go out with another, and therefore now he's all alone in the frame, a small object, a small narrow-based triangle sitting in the frame. All these things matter. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but every single one of these concepts is a real old principle that has been used and handed down from cinematographer to cinematographer for ages for trying to impart dramatic content or dramatic power to a frame, not just based on the actor's dialogue and the storyline, but to take something that's visual, a visual medium, that's what cinematography is, and actually take that visual medium and create drama with the camera, not just with the performers, not just with the dialogue or with the action, but actually with the camera help the story by creating drama with the camera. Whenever you compose a frame, have that frame mean something. We're going to go through a lot more of these concepts in the series. You've got about 10 more hours of this, and by the time you come out of it in the other end, I think you're going to probably look at the world in a whole different place, kind of more like I do, where everything is kind of a series of lights and darks and shapes and rectangles and triangles and circles. And, you know, I think that it's going to really help you become a better camera operator or a better DP or a better cinematographer or a better director or a storyteller or writer or an actor, whatever you intend to do in your life. I'm hoping and praying that this series will help you accomplish whatever you want to in life. Hello and welcome to our Basic Production Annex DVD. This is going to be a pretty fun DVD that we're using to update our original Basic Production DVD from the last time that you purchased the program. What this Annex DVD is going to have in it primarily is makeup and monitor calibration. There are a few other things that we're going to have in here that are going to enrich your experience in our program, and we appreciate you buying the program. Thank you very much. The few things that are going to primarily be of most help to you are the step-by-step demonstration of applying makeup to a male model and to a female model, and also the calibration, the step-by-step calibration of a monitor on the set, and also connecting the monitor to the camera and how to calibrate it using the bars coming off of the camera itself. There's going to do a step-by-step on setting up a seamless background. We're going to see what mistakes you're going to make when you're first setting up a background and how easy it is to crumple up the background and not get it to look right. We're going to light the set so that we can do the makeup and we can actually show the step-by-step progress of the makeup application by the makeup artist. We're going to prepare all the makeup tools. We're going to meet the makeup artist and we're going to prepare all the tools that we're going to need to actually perform the makeup. That way you can kind of tell what kind of tools you're going to need, that if you want to keep a little basic makeup kit for video shoots that you're not being paid a lot of money for and you can't afford to hire a makeup artist, just to kind of apply basic makeup for your actors and see what you can kind of get away with and what the most basic essentials are. Then we're going to go ahead and actually perform the makeup, first on a male model, which is going to be pretty fast, and second on a female model, which is going to be a little bit more involved. You hire an actress, you see her in the picture, but then she shows up on the set and she has a blemish on her face that wasn't there when you first hired her. Well, what do you do in that situation? We're going to show you exactly how to do that and how to take care of it. Another neat thing that we're going to talk about is Steadicam operation. We're going to show you exactly how to set up a Steadicam flyer from start to finish. One thing that you're going to notice about this particular DVD and also the special lighting situations DVD that you may have purchased is that we're going to go ahead and start using the set audio from now on. We actually narrated the program from the field. We actually mounted wireless microphones on me and the camera operator, and at certain times also we put one on the makeup artist herself so that you can hear her voice very clearly. There's a lot of noise on the set. Unfortunately, the air conditioner broke down while we were shooting all this stuff for the entire weekend. It was one of the hottest weekends in the entire year that we had here in Burbank. We had to use these things called swamp coolers, which are just really giant blower fans that have water gets sprinkled in front of the fans and it blows it into your face, kind of into the set, and it doesn't really cool down the set unless you're standing right in front of it. It just cools you down personally for a little bit. It lowers the temperature about 10 degrees right in front of it, but it doesn't lower the overall temperature 10 degrees. And those create a lot of noise. They're a lot noisier than an actual air conditioning unit. It was actually 97 degrees outside at one point, actually almost 100 degrees outside. Inside it was about 115 to 120 degrees. At one point we even bought an air conditioner to use inside just so we can stand in front of it and cool off a little bit and then get back into the set, which was extremely warm. We also asked the actors not to move around too much because it was really, really warm inside. We didn't want them to actually sweat through the makeup and actually ruin all the good work that we did earlier that day. So it was a very interesting day, a little bit of drama in there thrown together throughout the day, and hopefully you guys will enjoy yourselves. And let's go ahead and get started with the makeup. The first person that you're going to see bringing the high stand out here is going to be Mike, and he's going to be our grip slash electric for the entire day. And the person coming in on his left right there is going to be Ivan Corona, our camera operator, and also one of the presenters, going to help you understand some of the concepts in the video. Okay, so the first thing we're going to talk about is what are these two guys doing? They're setting up a high stand. It's called a high stand because it goes up really high, and it's got roller wheels, and they put a sandbag on it to stabilize it a little bit. What Mike's doing right here, never mind the sweat stain on the arms, don't forget it's 115 degrees, is they're trying to set up the high stand so it'll support the background. They're going to put the actual arm of the high stand through the tube of the seamless background and use it as a roller. The way they're setting it up right there, if you actually apply some pressure to it on the left side, it will simply unlock itself and just fall apart, and the whole background will just fall down, or if you have something heavy on it. However, if you turn it in the other direction, the more weight that you apply to it on the right side, the more it's going to tighten down on itself. As you can see right there, the more weight he applies, the more it tightens down itself. So there's no danger in that arm just unlocking and releasing its payload. The more weight we apply to it, the more it's just going to get tighter and tighter because it's going righty-tighty with the actual direction of the tightening. Okay, and let's watch Mike here try to tighten this thing as much as possible and then loosen it up a little bit. And the more weight he applies to it, the more it's just going to lock down and it's not going to release the weight.
When you're pulling on a gobo arm in order to adjust it, you obviously don't want to go too far out when you're pulling, because these are, sometimes they're made out of nickel or other thinner metals. You can very easily bend these and warp them, such as that one. Once they're warped, especially if they're rentals, you might have to pay for it, and these can be very, very expensive. So when you're adjusting, you want to make sure that you're pulling no farther out than maybe a foot or so. Obviously, you'll get a little more torque when you go out farther, but you want to make sure that you're not so far out that you have the potential to bend the arm itself.
As you can see, that arm's been pretty bent up.
You can put a counterweight here also. If we have a really heavy object, you can put a sandbag or another weight.
Even if it has so much weight actually built into the front of it, like if you have a heavy light or heavy instrument on it, you can actually counterbalance that weight by putting a very lightweight sandbag or some other type of lead weight or any kind of metal weight to counterbalance a heavy instrument and actually keep it at an even keel.
Watch your eyes. Hot points, hot points.
Thank you. Whenever you're rotating these stands around, make sure to call out hot points. You know, those points can actually injure somebody, so they call out hot points for me to back up.
Is this brand new?
Yeah. The other thing that we're going to talk about here is the seamless background that we're going to be using. This is a gray seamless background. Seamless meaning, of course, that it is not going to have any shadows in it unless we actually put in shadows ourselves. It's a seamless piece of paper. It doesn't have any corners or edges in the actual. It's not been folded. It's been rolled, so it's not going to create any shadows except for what you put onto it yourself. And you can see them tearing along the perforated edge right there, so they can unlock the seamless background and start unrolling it. And they're going to go ahead and mount it onto the high stands right there. You don't have to use a high stand. You can use C stands, or you can use a background kit. It actually made specifically to hang backgrounds that has maybe a piece of PVC piping in the center or some other type of aluminum pipe. In this case, we just chose to use the high-highs because they go up really high and they're available and we don't need them for anything else. That allows us to use the C-stands for some other purpose, so we end up saving the C-stands for later. He went ahead and unrolled the background, then rolled it back up and turned it around.
So that we can have the top be flush. If we capture a little bit of the top, that way we don't have that line of shadow from underneath where the roll comes. Then that way too, if we place sandbags in order to anchor it, we won't have them in the frame. We'll be able to anchor and be able to hold the frame nice and flush on the ground.
That's generally a better way to do it. Even if you want to roll the background down under the actor's feet, it's still better to roll it over like that than roll it under, because then you're not creating shadows at the top of the background either, which, from the backlights or some other type of light source.
So why would you want to leave some space behind the background?
If you want to be able to hang lights for backlights or rim lights or whatever else, you want to leave a little bit of space behind your background so you can get the lights over top without them being visible in your background of your shot. It's good for, these backgrounds are typically used for anything from just regular still photography to even effects. Sometimes you'll be able to rent backgrounds with cityscapes. You can put them in the back of a window and it'll look pretty convincing.
Now notice that they actually lifted up the background right there. Notice that it's starting to unroll by itself. And so here we go. Here we're going to watch something really interesting. So this is a bad idea. They actually went ahead and brought the background down instead of just rolling up from where they're at. The reason that's a bad idea is because, as we can see, there's a nice big kink in the background right now. Technically, that background is ruined if you want to use the entire background as it is. Luckily, we were able to salvage a piece of it to use for our purposes and not lose it entirely. But technically, that is a ruined background because they did not use these clamps or the clips.
Watch Sheffield grade this thing.
Sheffield. Actually, let's click the top.
So clamping it essentially is going to make it so that it doesn't roll out like that, and then you lose your background.
It won't spin.
Cool.
And make sure that when you do that, that the back end of that clamp hits a piece of the high
Raising it up.
so that the clamp doesn't just start rolling with the paper and then tears the paper itself, like that. See, that would actually just roll.
All right. So you go one loop over, one loop under.
Yep.
What is that called?
Over under.
Over under. What does that mean?
Means that the cable won't get stuck. If I want to throw it, I could throw the entire thing out and it won't get coiled.
Buckaroo.
That's not the only purpose of over and under. The main purpose of over and under is when you actually stack it and wrap it like that, it's not going to take up the curl in that particular manner, and when you unroll it, it's going to unroll straight rather than always in that particular curl. So now we're going to go ahead and do the lighting for the makeup session. This is going to be a pretty easy lighting scenario. We're just making it so that we can see the makeup exactly as it's being laid out. Here we are grabbing a stinger. The stinger can hold 20 amps generally when you have a black stinger like that with heavy duty Hubble connectors at the ends. It'll hold 20 amps, which is a lot more than regular household current of about 15 amps. 20 amps is generally what's being used on the set with standard AC plugs. And here we are lifting one of the lights that are going to be used as a rim light and putting it on a baby stand and locking it in. And notice that we're locking it in finger tight, not hand tight. When you lock it in hand tight, you're going to break that, that locking mechanism. But if you lock it in finger tight, it's just enough that it's locked in solid, but it's not going to break it.
Striking. This thing is tight.
And notice that he's locking the tilt mechanism on the light, and he's going to go ahead and raise it here in just a moment. There's the tilt, locked, and he's striking the light again.
Striking. Cool this up, bring the light all the way up. Wait, let's make sure that, you always want to make sure that you start with the highest riser first as opposed to the low one, because now he can't reach. See, he risks either injuring himself or damaging the light if he attempts to adjust from a higher standpoint. So if you're going to raise higher and you have made that mistake, just simply lower the light carefully. Also, if you're working with tungsten lights, you want to make sure that before you move the light, you want to strike it first, because if the filament is hot, you're more likely to break the filament, and therefore you're going to have a lamp problem. And in a light like this, you do actually have two lamps, so you might not even know whether or not you've broken it if you're not paying attention. So you can strike one and strike the other to make sure that you have both lamps functioning. So now let's raise it up to the higher point. Great. And he locks it down and then raises the next one up. This is a 2-riser or a double riser. Sometimes you'll get a triple riser, and there's other things called mambo combos and a lot of different names. But basically, it just has basically has to do with the amount of risers you get. 2-riser versus a 3-riser. A 3-riser to be able to go up an extra 33%. So now we've sandbagged the light. Every time a light is up really high, you want to make sure that you sandbag the light. If you don't sandbag the light, then you're asking for trouble, because if you have a cord running and you have an actor coming in, if they trip on the cord, that light will come down and could potentially kill someone. So always make sure that you have sandbags on every light, but especially if you have lights that are very high up, such as this one.
And here's a sandbag coming in right there. It's going to stabilize the light so it doesn't wobble too much up there, and it doesn't have the danger if somebody hits it with their leg for it to actually fall down and hurt somebody. So now he's going to bring down the light using the secondary riser, or the bottom riser, actually turn it on, and then use the secondary riser again to lift it back up to the position.
The main key is when handling tungsten lights to be very delicate with them, and whenever you can, make sure that the light is off if it's a tungsten light. HMIs are a little different, but still, there's glass and it's heated, and the more hot that the glass and the filament get, the more likely they are to burst. So even if you're handling a light that's already been struck, you want to make sure that you're handling with care. You're not just throwing it around, because if you burst that filament, that's a lot of money, and it could actually ruin your shoot.
Okay, so here comes the riser down again, secondary riser. We're turning off the light, bringing it down. So this was just a demonstration. We're going to go ahead and use it as a rim light right now. It's not going to be in that position. We just wanted to show you guys exactly how to turn on and off lights that are being positioned high up like that. Bringing in our key light, which is going to be this RE650 going through a single layer of Chimera fabric. Chimera is really nice. It makes the light really kind of concentrated into a soft layer of silk, rather than just for instance, a simple layer of silk by itself does not harness the whole power of the light. Whereas the Chimera, because it's a soft box, it harnesses all of that wattage that's available inside the RE650, and it pushes all of that wattage straight forward into the fabric. So you get more output on the other end than if you just use the silk, for instance, not an actual softbox. You notice that silver material that we're leaving open right there, that can also be kind of covered in to add even more of that wattage of the light, because it kind of bounces the light against the silver fabric and bounces even more light through the fabric of the Chimera in the front, increasing the available wattage in the front. We're adding a sandbag right here.
Striking.
We're using a pretty simple lighting scheme for this makeup session. We're just going to use that one RE650 going through the Chimera as a key light.
So they're going to be angled this way?
Yeah.
And then the makeup person's going to be like this?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Probably not quite so much. So let's
All
get
right.
that rim light back on the other
do it.
side. So do you have enough cable there? Looks like you grew an extension there.
Yeah.
Looks like the grip went ahead and
Growing
got
cold.
a little bit of an extension there.
This is known as head wrapping the light. Making sure it's secure. If you have a big enough cord, sometimes you can double wrap it to make sure that the head, the input, does not fall out. So double wrap it if you have enough. If not, just make sure it's nice and tight on there.
Notice how he's lifting that weight close to his body. Come back like right
Okay.
on here.
Okay, cool. So right here?
Right there, yeah. We're using that Mole Richardson light, that soft light, as a rim light on the other side. Going to go ahead and connect it to an extension. And we
Going
already made
hot.
sure that the light was turned off before we did that. We're going to apply a sandbag weight to the light, make sure it gets stabilized, because it's a very large instrument, as you can see. It's bigger than a person, and when it's sitting on that thin baby stand, it might wobble out for some reason. If somebody hits it by accident, it'll wobble out and crash to the floor. And even if it doesn't actually hurt anybody immediately,
All
that
right,
bulb
striking.
exploding might char someone with sparks or shards of glass because it was turned on.
You want the 150 as
Yeah,
another rim?
the other rim. Yeah, please. So we're grabbing a 150 to act as a secondary rim light, so we can really see the edge of the artist as the makeup is being applied. Just connecting the head wrap. And here we're going to go ahead and connect an extension cable. And of course, before we connect the extension cable, what is of tantamount importance is to make sure that the light is turned off, because you don't want to surprise anybody when you connect that cable and the light just suddenly comes on. So 0 means off.
Zero's off.
And also, you don't want the extension cord to spark in your hand. It might actually spark. It might short the circuit a little bit, as opposed to a switch, which would apply the current directly and very quickly to the light.
These are always called barn doors, left and right here. Obviously, it's relative as to how it's turned, but just basic adjustments in order to make sure that you're not spilling light into the camera. It's helpful if you're going to have a backlight to make sure that your barn doors are pretty well secured so that you don't get any lens flare. You're going to have, especially on really bright lights, you always have light leaking off from the sides and bouncing off even the black. So if you have black foil, we'll go over that later, but you can use black foil to make sure that you're allowing no light to leak off. The key to black foil is you have to make sure that the top is slit a little bit to allow ventilation. Because if you wrap it too much, this is not going to be able to get the ventilation to the light that it needs. And once it heats up too hot, then you're going to have the lamp bust. Or you could actually have wiring problems with the light, because if it gets too hot, the wires are going to melt in there, despite the fact that they're actually designed to hold very, very, very high temperature loads.
So this light is acting as our secondary rim light from the right side of the frame, and it's going to outline the shape of the actor being made up, or the model being made up. As well, it will also outline the makeup artist and allow us to see fine details in what she's doing.
I'm making sure that I'm fully flooded here so that we get the broadest field of light. So this is when it's fully spotted.
So here we are finding the spot. We're finding the exact spot of that light and making sure that we're hitting the primarily the head of the model with that spot.
And this is when it's flooded.
Can you bring it back down to eye level a little bit so it's not so much of an angle?
And there's our general lighting scheme. Very simple. We're just using a 3-point lighting scheme at this point. You can see that's our main key fill
Striking.
light. This is going to be our rim light, and also it's going to be a key light when the camera, for instance, when I'm running B camera and it's back there, and I want to be able to see what the makeup artist is doing at that point. It's going to be our fill light at that point and key light as well.
Uh-oh.
We blew a fuse. So basically, when you're shooting, this is going to happen. You're going to blow a fuse. So the most important thing is to find out where your circuit breakers are. So I don't know where those are in this place, so let's find them. For one, typically, you can't usually run more than 2,000 watts off of any one household circuit. So right now we're running AC, we're running a 650 watt light, and a fan. So that's gonna blow it out. That's definitely gonna do it. So let's find the circuit breaker.
Yep, shift number 5.
Great. Once a fuse breaks, it will flip over to off. It'll automatically switch. So we just flip it right back. We blow a fuse, you want to make sure that you either strike the lights or unplug them. It's best to unplug them because when the light comes back on, the surge of electricity could potentially overload the light. See, this right here is a good example. This circuit is probably not the best place to go into a light here. If you're in a kitchen, which usually has its own dedicated circuitry, then you can pretty much rely on being able to power some lights out of it, but you want to make sure that the microwave is unplugged so that if an actor or someone who is not familiar with electricity doesn't use that and blow your fuse, such as if you have an HMI, you'll need to wait for the light to get back up to color temperature.
And if you're not sure whether a light is turned on or off and you're too far away from it, make sure to call out possible hot strike, because you're telling everyone that you might be turning on a light, you might be connecting a light that might actually already be turned on.
Okay, we're hot. Possible hot strike.
You see, we didn't turn the light off here. That could be a problem at times because actors are often sensitive to light. The lights want to be controlled by their controller, not by the current immediately coming into them. So you want to make sure that the light is off. Striking. We call striking, again, because actors and other crew members want to know when lights are coming on. It can startle people, or it can actually hurt people's eyes. If you have a diffused light like this, it's not going to hurt as much, but if you have a very bright source, it can potentially damage someone or cause someone to startle. If someone's doing makeup on someone's eyes or whatnot, that's not a good thing. You don't want to scratch their cornea or something like that. When you're turning lights off, there are a lot of different protocols you can use, but I typically like to say repatching. Repatching, you call out repatching, then you turn it off. That way, if there's another cameraman or the director of photography, if you're a gaffer, they'll know that you're turning the light off, rather than if they're taking a light reading. If they didn't hear that, sometimes they'll be taking their light readings and they won't be paying attention. You'll turn a light off, then they'll go take their light reading, they'll set their camera, then you turn the light back on and you mess their exposure up. So you want to always make sure that people know when you're repatching lights, when you're turning lights on and off, for safety and also just for simple exposure and etiquette procedures.
Okay, now we're going to go ahead and get started with the makeup prep. This is the preparation leading to the makeup session with the male and the female models. The first thing we're going to do is learn a little bit about our makeup artist and also about all of the tools that she's bringing to the set with her. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and make the models up, first the male and then the female. By all means, you don't have to sit through all of the prep or all of the entire male and female makeup session. You can just fast forward and kind of see what the transitions are happening, and then when you see something happening that you would like to learn more about, you can stop there and learn more about it. But it has been shot live and is playing back pretty much 90% live, which means that we didn't actually edit it for content. We didn't take out anything that's tedious. We wanted people to be able to watch this makeup session and actually apply the principles that they're learning in real time on the set, and not have to go back and say, well, I wonder if I missed something in between this point and this point.
Hey, I'm Maria Guarin McAllister, and I am going to do makeup today.
All right, let's walk back over there. Is this convenient for you, this table here? Would you like us to move it closer to the set for you?
No, it's okay here.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, and red and sweaty. I am shiny. I'm so hot. I know I'm hot, but. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm hot.
Let's try the other one too because it's getting really nasty in here. I don't want all these guys sweating underneath their makeup. That's not good.
Get her hair blowing.
My hair's in so. So now I'm gonna prepare all and set up. So it's gonna be comfortable to put makeup on the actors. Here I have all my accessories for the hair. Water, tonic. This is to seal the makeup so the actor is not going to be sweating and removing the makeup. To clean the hands. So now here. This is moisturizers. This is the cleanser. Scissors here. This is just in case that we're gonna do special effects like for bruises or cuts or stuff like that. This is for the fake eyelashes. This is like Here we have sponges. We need one for each actor.
Why would you use one for each actor?
It's just for hygienic. You have to be, you cannot be applying makeup with the same sponges because they have are gonna be contaminating each other. And for example, these also, for the mascara or for the lips, you need also one for each actor. Just the idea is being very, very clean because we are applying directly to the skin.
What are those?
Cotton.
What would you use those for?
I use them usually to clean the face before we're gonna apply makeup.
And what kind of, do you use some kind of, what do you just use, water or something to clean the face?
To clean it, it depends. If the person comes with makeup on, I have first to remove it. I have a cleanser to remove the makeup. But if it's clean already, I just use the tonic. So I'm gonna prepare the face for the makeup.
All right.
These are the forgot the name.
They look like brushes of some sort?
Brushes for the lips. And these are for the mascara. I told you we should use a different one for each actor. It's just for hygienic. I just rather have everything here handily so I don't have to be wasting my time when I'm gonna apply the makeup.
Makes a lot of sense.
And we have this other one. Here we have, so here we have all different kind of eyeshadows. I use different brands and different types of eyeshadow. Then we have different sponges. This is also it's in case of special effects, like for bruises, also cuts or things like that. I have fake eyelashes. They're always helpful.
When would you use those?
Usually when you're creating a character that is very sexy or you want be very focused on the eyes and the eyelashes are very small, so they always help.
All right. You're doing great, Maria. Thank you.
Yes. Let's put here. I always keep here like in case that I run out of something, so I have here more of everything. This is all I need right now. I have here the eyeshadows. I have different kinds, different types, different brands, just to play with them. It depends of the character and when you're gonna use them. So for example, here I have, these are smoky, so this is when you're gonna create like smoky eyes, like for very sexy, or if you're like, the character is going to a club and is gonna dance and blah, 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 so you put like dark eyeshadow. And so if it's maybe a girl, so you use this that are like more pink and colors like that. Also you can like create with this that is sparkling and can create a different look. So that's why I want to play with different brands and types of makeup. This is just for hair, different kinds of brush. And
Why would you use so many different kinds of brushes?
it depends on the what are you gonna do. If it's, I mean, if you're gonna blow dry the hair, this is perfect for that. And if you're just gonna make a braid or something, so you use this, or actually to separate the hair. And so it depends on what you're doing. I have here the blow dryer and curlers and put this here. And the straightener. This is good to protect from the heat. You can put it here even if it's hot.
Oh, okay.
So I always use this mat, so we're not gonna burn the table and the clothes. And this is just the hairspray, so it's very important, especially for movies, because when you are working and you are like spending so much time on the set, then maybe the hair is gonna fail and all the style is gonna be messed up. Can I use that word?
Yes. You can say messed up.
Okay. So here are the blushes. Here I told you there's like hair accessories. Now I have here all the foundations. These are the concealer. Powder, very important. So I'm gonna put all this here.
That's a lot of brushes.
Yes. They are for powder and blush. And these are, each of them has a function, believe it or not. So we need them all.
All right.
These are the trimmer for the eyebrows. Put it here, so I just want to have everything in order. And we are set to start putting makeup to our actors.
Well, you know, the basic name for it, well, the jargon name for it is a pigtail. It can be called a piggy, or basically a, man, I just call it a pigtail. What do you call it?
Pigtail.
Yeah. I just call it a pigtail.
I call it a pigtail too.
Yeah.
I think the whole world calls it a pigtail.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like a pigtail.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And what do we use that for?
Well, you can just use this, obviously. It's similar to, you know, a power cord or a surge protector. This isn't a surge protector, but it's just used, obviously, to run multiple electrical devices off of one.
And why are we running this? For who?
This is going to be for our lovely makeup lady. So she
Thank
can,
you.
Run her dryers and whatnot.
Yes,
and
all
curlers.
this.
Search.
Actually, with this is enough.
You got enough?
I mean, if I can do it directly, I just don't know. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, I'd rather plug this just when I'm gonna use them.
Oh,
because
okay.
it's just for security purpose.
Sure. So we are going to go ahead and move the table closer to the filming area so we can actually see Maria applying all the makeup to our models.
I would assume yours to the right a little bit.
There is perfect.
Yeah, my right, sorry.
Perfect.
There's
Thank
the
you,
makeup.
guys.
It's all right?
Thank you. Okay, now we are set.
All right.
Thank you. That's
welcome.
perfect.
First name,
Hey, nice to meet you. I
What's your
didn't
name?
introduce myself, Maria.
Maria, nice to meet you, Mike.
What are you doing there with your hand?
Just checking seeing where the intensity of the light is at its brightest, just to kind of get a general idea of where the person's head's going to be. You know, just so you can adjust it without someone being in there. But it's best to adjust it once the actor's actually in position.
Cool. Thank you. So we are moving the air conditioning units a little bit closer to accommodate the makeup and the models because it is a very hot day today. And as part of set courtesy, you're supposed to accommodate the people who are working for you.
Here is all right.
Is that a little better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good Lord, it is so hot in here. Unbelievable. Yeah, there you go. And maybe all the way over here to the corner. That way it won't blow all of her stuff away too. Well, she's gonna put the heater things on there.
She's going to put our air conditioners, her hair dryers and stuff on there.
The heater? I don't think so.
The heater things. That's a technical term, didn't you know? So what are you doing right now?
Making a clothes rack
All right.
with a C-stand. This is how you steer it.
So as steering as opposed to crabbing, how does that, what's the difference?
Because I think steering.
Oh, okay, I see. But with crabbing, it just moves all in just one direction.
Right.
All right. Moving the quick release plate right now.
We have a coin.
So yeah, I had a great time. I went to swim with the dolphins and everything.
Oh, that's at the Hala?
Yeah.
So what's the
You have a quarter? All right. Yeah. Oh, yes. Excellent. You know, there's like a kink in that background right behind his head. You need to lower that background a little bit more. Yeah.
See, I just moved it,
Oh,
so
okay, you
it's
just moved
working.
it?
It's his back and her.
Okay. Hold on. This might actually work.
I bought this float,
Need more
like floating
top wedge
decks,
from
like,
this.
and I put it on the ocean, and I was like getting tan, and I spent literally from 9 to 5 there, because when I was very hot, I was just putting water, so I never felt the hot. So, and I was feeling, because when you have the sun here and you try to see if you have the marks, I mean to see if you're getting tan, you don't see it because the sun is too hot. So I was like, I'm not getting tan, I'm not getting tan. So then I went to the room, and I was
Yeah, that
like
works.
this color. And I didn't, I just saw my eyes. It was like black. And I'm like, oh my God. So next day I couldn't move. I was like, ugh. So the rest of the time I went like just to swim and to do all those things. I went to Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so we have our first actor. Hey.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Maria.
Kevin.
So I'm gonna be the makeup artist today. So Raj, tell me, what do you want in this character? Just plain makeup?
Yeah, just nice kind of natural makeup for filmmaking. We're not going for anything bizarre or too far gone. We're just going for a very nice natural makeup for this first scene.
So it's very important to know that, because sometimes you want, like, even if it's a man, you want something special in the character, so that the makeup plays a very, very important role in that. So right now, so it's very plain, so we're gonna play with that. Also, it's very important the format. If you're gonna shoot it in high definition, you can tell the makeup very, very close. So if it's a man, you don't want anybody to see that the man has makeup on, okay? But at this time, I'm gonna put a little bit of foundation. I'm gonna correct a little bit the dark circles, and that's it. So let's start. Okay, first I use this tonic, it's rose water, and I use this to clean the face. I'm sorry, are you okay with spraying things
Oh,
close
yeah,
to the
that's fine,
camera?
that's fine,
Okay. Even if he just got a shower, took a shower, we have to do this. So we're gonna make sure there is not oil or sweat on anything, so the makeup is gonna stick. So now I take one sponge for him and one of these ones. These are for foundation, this is for powder. As I mentioned it before, we use one for each actor. So what I do is that I put the name on here, so we know that this is just for Kevin. So, Kevin. I have this brush also for the concealer. And here I have the concealer. What I do is I try to pick one color like lighter than his skin. And with that, I'm gonna correct the imperfections or the dark circles also. He doesn't have imperfections, but let's go with the dark circles. You open?
That's also foundation?
This is moisturizer. How you say it?
Moisturizer?
Yes.
Cool.
I always mix it so it's more natural.
Ivan, can you bring her a fan? One of those, I think I just brought one of those little fans over there somewhere. Can you bring her a fan so that she can, yeah, either that or that one right there, that's floor standing fan. Thank you. He's bringing you a fan. I can't imagine that's comfortable over there.
So the idea for makeup for men is just to correct imperfections and take the shiny out of them, and that's it. You don't want them to look with makeup on at all. So I use this. This is a makeup sealer, so it helps us stopping the perspiration, and so they don't sweat all the time. I use it before the powder, so it's not gonna be shiny. Just close your eyes. I'm just mixing the powder here. Open. Relax and close your eyes. 1 second. Open. Mm-hmm. And now to finish, I use this also. That's just a cream for the lips, so they are not gonna look dry, and he's not gonna look like with lipstick.
Open or closed?
Maybe like that, close. So here I leave the sponge always ready with the powder to touch up when he's on the set. I have all his kit here, and I leave it here ready, and then we are ready for the next actor. Hello.
Hi, Maria.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
So, Raj, again, what do we want for Denise?
Again, the same kind of a thing. We're just looking for a little bit of a natural look, you know, for HD, for high definition.
Okay.
Hey, Maria, you're gonna have to do some magic on me.
Oh no, I don't think so.
I got bit by a spider, so you're gonna have to really do some cover up.
Okay, so we have that. Also, dark circles a little bit,
Yeah.
and so we have to cover that. First, we're gonna.
Some makeup on me.
Again, we can't use a lot because it's high definition, so we have to be as natural as possible.
It smells good.
Yeah.
The rose water?
Yeah.
Smells good. Is it just plain rose water?
Yeah, it's rose water.
Does it have alcohol in it?
No. Look up. Usually, do you want her to be like with the hair down, or it's like kind of a professional look, or what is exactly?
The first one's going to be like a mock interview, probably. So we probably would want her with her hair up. Yeah.
Hair up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or more professional. I mean, you know, instead of more casual.
Okay. Okay.
How long have you been doing makeup?
3 years, but like full time, like 8 months.
You like it?
Really involved. You have to create a character or special effects. I like it, but when it's like for a wedding, no, I hate it.
It's too boring for you.
Yeah, I don't do that.
But it's good money, isn't it? It pays
When
bills.
you're already, I mean,
Right, when you're
stable
doing it.
in this, but at the beginning it's hard.
Is there one thing that made you want to do it? Was it one particular thing?
The money?
Yeah.
We have to buy an AC
No,
for
what was
tomorrow.
it?
Oh, what was it?
This is insane.
Just being in the business?
Oh, yeah, like being in the business, but it hurts. It
No,
hurts.
a little bit. It's a little sensitive.
Yeah. When did she bite you? When she
Yeah, when they hurt you. It's a she spider.
And it's cool. Oh my God.
Just put tons of makeup on. It'll get better.
Okay.
I remember when I was really young, like 8, I used to go in my mom's room and just put tons of makeup on just for fun. Spent hours just doing it. That was like the art of makeup.
And you wear makeup?
Do
Usually,
I? Just cover up. 'Cause I've recently been having breakouts, so
Like break out. I know. So now we're mixing the foundation with the moisturizer, and that's just for being more natural. If you apply directly the foundation, it's gonna be too heavy. So the camera, especially if it's high definition, it's gonna be very, I mean, it's gonna take it very close, so it's gonna notice that it has a lot of makeup on. Okay.
have pretty dark skin, right?
Pretty dark. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Are you okay with trimming the eyebrows or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna pluck a little too.
A little bit. I'm just gonna clean a little bit the eyebrow area.
You saved me the job of doing it.
Uh-huh.
Anybody need any water or anything that we can get you? No? Okay. What is that stuff?
That's the moisturizer.
Oh, that's
You're happy making me say that word. Don't ask me anymore.
Hey, by the time this day's over, you'll know exactly how to say
What
it.
is that? Moisturizer. Moisturizer.
Got it. You know, they say we swallow like 100 spiders a year. Like, so if a spider bites my face, it's okay. It's better than, you know, you could have crawled in my mouth. I mean, you know, it's scary. Think that we swallow spiders. Cheers.
Just gonna touch up a little bit the bite.
My spider bite. Sleeping in my bed.
Sleeping? Oh,
Yeah.
God.
You woke up with that?
Yeah.
I thought he might have attacked you while you were getting your mail or something.
First we do the sealer of the makeup, so all the foundation is gonna stay. She's not gonna be sweating all the time.
And do you ask them to breathe out when you do that, just so that it doesn't? What is that? Sealer, you said?
Yes.
And does it just lock in the makeup? Is that what it does?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
So you're just not supposed to breathe out when you spray it? Is that what it is?
And close the eyes, of course.
And close your eyes.
Now the powder.
It smells good. You have to have really good eyesight to get the makeup even, right?
And sometimes you have to work with light that's so bad.
Really? I mean, the lighting is bad?
When you apply it, it's
Oh.
different than the set. So then
Right.
you go to the set and
You
it's totally
realize-
different.
Yeah.
Now that we have the skin ready, so we can go to the eyes. So first I apply like something very natural, like for the base. Closer. You have to be doing one eye and another one eye at the same time, so it's gonna be even. So what are you wearing for this, you know?
I'm not sure if I'm wearing like a brown, I have a brown suit and or a eggplant dress. That's kind of businessy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
So because it's very plain makeup and because we're not sure about the color, so we're gonna do a plain color that matches with everything. This case is brown, what I'm gonna use.
Actually, the crease shadow.
The what?
You know, my creases, eye crease. Because the first one you put on, I thought that was the base. The crease, you know, just for the crease.
Yeah. This is.
This one is.
Yes. I don't use the other
Liner.
that sponges.
Oh.
No, never.
Natural brush for the side.
Yeah, for everything. So you can play with the eyeshadow also to make eyes bigger or smaller or brighter or whatever. And it depends on the color also. If she has brown eyes, so you want to play with colors and then use colors that are gonna take the shine out of the eye. Did I say that right? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna use a brighter eyeshadow here, so the eye is gonna be brighter. And also here, so it's gonna look bigger. Open. Now I clean up a little bit because sometimes with the eyeshadow you have powder here and you don't want to see that. The next step will be the eyebrows, but in this case, she has very, very dark eyebrows. I wouldn't paint them. I'm just gonna brush them a little bit. Then we are going to do the eyeliner. Close your eyes. I'm gonna use first. Sorry. Open. Just close again. Sorry. Closing. Look up. It's very hot, so this is melting. It's so good to apply the makeup when it's hot, right?
It's better. Better?
Yeah.
Easier?
Yeah. When it's so cold, it's like everything is.
It's hard.
Yeah.
So why is it better when it's hot?
It's better because all the, how do you say, like the consistency is better. It's like, I don't know how to
Softer.
explain. It's softer. That's the word. Look up again.
Are you blending in the under eye?
Yeah. Okay, now mascara. One for Denise, just for her. And this is like the foundation for the mascara. Look like my nose.
What does that do? Help the mascara stay on?
Yeah.
I never used that.
And also because I use a curliner,
Uh-huh.
so this is better. I mean, I don't want to use a curliner before after the mascara because it's gonna get dirty.
Right.
So I use this like a base, so I can use the curliner. So because if you use the curliner also without anything, you can damage your eyelashes.
Really?
Yes. You do that?
Yes. I don't even put
Is that
mascara on sometimes because my lashes are long.
Mhm.
So I just, use the eye curler, the eyelash curler,
Mhm.
and
No, use at least this one. I mean, that's to curl the eyelashes.
Thank you.
You want to do it yourself?
no, you can
Okay.
do it. No.
It hurts.
No. What was it?
So this is the eyelashes curler. Open a little bit. It hurts? No. Some of them are not comfortable, and also with the curling. So after that, we are going to the blush. I love blush. I love it. It's very important. Yeah. So in this case, I mean, I will use, like, for example, if it's something like a child or something, I will use more pink. If it's more serious, I will use more brown. In this case, we're gonna use like the plain. Smile. I asked them to smile so I can have the mark where to start. So it's here. Sorry. And then we go to the lips. So first, I think that she has something, so. This is a lips liner, or what is it?
Lip liner.
Lip liner? Okay. So sometimes you use the lip liner also to correct when it's like very thin, when the lips are thin, so you can like make them bigger or make them smaller or whatever. In this case, they are like just perfect, so you don't have to do much. I always like to mix the lipsticks because there's never a color that convinces me. So I always mix them. Sorry. And I always have to keep them together with Dennis Kits, so I know that's the color I use. So when I'm gonna touch up, I know what I applied. I'm just gonna clean my hands before I'll do the hair, and then after the hair we can just touch up, and that's it. So in this case, the director wants something very professional, so we are just gonna pull it back. Beautiful hair. What did you do? Is this natural?
Good. Yeah.
I mean, is natural straight?
Yes.
Wow.
Taking it
Okay.
out.
But that's how the photo shoots go. They're like, hurry up, put the makeup on. Okay, now wait. We gotta
Yeah, when you're
wait a
ready.
half hour while we fix the light. Okay, hurry up, change.
The Air Force. Hurry up, and wait.
Yeah, hurry up and wait.
Do you?
What side do I put my hair on?
Yes. Do you do it side or
Yeah, I
always in
do.
the middle?
No, I always do it.
In this side.
So here at this point, we're going to switch to a lower chair instead of the tall chair that we were using before, because when she's doing Denise's hair, it's really hard for her to reach her hair in that particular position. It's going to hurt her back, as she's showing you right there. So if we lower the chair, if we lower Denise or any model in this particular case, it's going to be a lot easier for her to actually apply the hair treatment. And also what we're going to do at this point is we're going to lower the chimera. Because we don't want the light from the chimera to cast too much of a dark shadow underneath Denise's eyes and her chin. So we're lowering it so we can see underneath her eyelids and also underneath her chin, and keep that same consistent lighting that we had before into the following phase, which is the hair portion. We're also going to move the silver stand from the background. There's a silver stand in the background. We're going to move that out of the shot. And next thing we're going to do is going to take a critical focus to make sure we're back into focus on Denise's eyes, which is the model's eyes, and then we're ready to go.
Are you okay? Yeah. Sometimes it hurts, so just yell.
Okay. Nothing can hurt if I
Yeah? So you're used to.
Yeah. Used to it. Pull really hard. It wouldn't be hard.
Last time. That's just hairspray, so.
Gotcha.
Usually for movies it's long days, so we want the hair to stay. And if it hurts, it's worse. Sometimes when it's dry, it's better to work with because you can do whatever you want.
Get in there, yeah. It's not. It's sensitive, but.
What?
I keep like thinking I gotta do this because when I do my own makeup, then I know I gotta do the.
That's good. It helps.
Yeah. I'm thinking in my head, will it help her? Like, do that?
Huh?
I said, jeez.
Now we have the makeup done. She's pretty and plain makeup, so it's not gonna be very heavy for the camera. Usually if the makeup artist has to leave, you have your kit here. The powder is already there, the mix, and also for you. So you can do it yourself in case that you need it, okay? Okay. Now when it's time to go home, you have to pack everything again. It's very important also to clean before you go. We have a brush cleanser, and we use this for cleaning all the brushes that we use during the day. This kills all the germs. Okay, we're ready here. Moisturizer. Have to pack all what we didn't use, so for the next time. Ziploc bags are very good. Great for this.
You guys,
Sorry.
as makeup artists, you have more tools than we do, even as filmmakers.
Yes. I like to be prepared for everything.
That's incredible.
Because sometimes if you say like, oh, I'm just gonna do plain makeup, so you don't bring, for example, this,
Right.
the fake eyelashes or the
Right.
things for bruises or things like that. But if something comes up, and you know, directors are always full of ideas. So if they one day, oh no, I just wanna bruise and I just wanna be ready and help him with those things. Or help her. Okay, I am ready to go home, and it was a very, very fun shoot, okay? So bye.
Okay, what we're going to do in this section is we're going to learn how to calibrate a monitor so that the image that we're seeing on the set on this monitor is actually the image that we're shooting. Mainly when it comes to the colors that we're seeing, that the color red is actually red and not pinkish red, and that, for instance, the brightness of the image, the amount of information that we're seeing and detail that we're seeing in the shadows and in the highlights is actually true to form, and it's not actually, we're not actually shooting a darker or a lighter image than what we're actually seeing. And that way we can use the monitor, for instance, to set up our camera to make sure that we're exposed properly, even though that's not really necessarily the way to do it. You ought to be using the zebras or an oscilloscope, or, for instance, the input into your editing system that shows you distribution or waveform. You can also use the light meter so that you can know that you're right on. But what pretty much ends up happening on the set is everybody ends up defaulting to watching the monitor to know that they're pretty much spot on, or kind of to get an idea of where they ought to be. Bear in mind that the method that you're going to be shown on how to calibrate this particular JVC production professional monitor is going to be the exact same method that you're going to use to calibrate a professional LCD monitor made by a different manufacturer, for instance like Panasonic or Sony, as long as they have the same controls. So I'm going to let Ivan at first explain to you cabling and how to connect your camera to the monitor, and then we'll go from there.
These are RCAs. You can tell just by the coloration, the red, yellow, and white. The yellow is always used as video. The red is the right channel for audio. The white is typically the left channel. It obviously doesn't matter. You can interchange any one of them for any other type. They're conducting the same type of current, and they'll also line up according to the colors on the inputs or outputs on the camera or TV or receiver that you're going to. These are going to be component cables. These are used for high definition signals, and they're divided into red, green, and blue because they're transmitting the individual wavelengths of color. That's why you're getting more resolution out of 3 as opposed to just 1. This is conducting the entire video for RCA, which is standard definition. This is going to conduct an entire cable's worth of green, an entire cable's worth of red, an entire cable's worth of blue. So typically on the side or rear of a camera, you'll have your inputs or your outputs. This is right now we're going through components. So this is a component out.
So another input that I want to tell you about and point out in this particular camera is this combination plug right here, which is the one that leads out to a composite video cable as well as 2 audio left and right audio cables, which is this particular cable right here. That's the combo plug. That's the video end of it, the video RCA end of it. That's a composite line of about 200 lines of information. And then there's also the S-video plug, which is that particular one right there. That conducts a YC signal. It's video only, it's not audio and video. And that has about 400 lines worth of video information to it. So it's about twice the quality of composite video. By far though, if you have a monitor that can accept component input, which is the green, red, and blue cable that you're seeing here in front of you, that is by far the highest quality video that you can get into your monitor aside from digital. But as far as analog, that is the highest quality signal that you can get in there. That'll give you a maximum of 800 lines of resolution. So it goes 200 for composite, 400 for YC, and 800 for component.
So we have component to RCA right now, but we have a BNC input on the rear of our monitor. So we need to convert from RCA to BNC. So we have, these are called BNC barrels. They're the female end of the BNC cable. Same thing that you'd see on the input for a monitor that uses BNC cable. So in order to get from this to this, we need to take a few steps. The first being to connect our RCA to a BNC input. So we connect all 3 RCAs to BNC via the adapter, which is only $1 or $2 at a good place, maybe a little more. Now we connect the BNC through the slot and we twist. This guarantees the connection to be firm, and it guarantees so that you won't be able to pull it out. So we do that with all 3 of these. Insert and then twist. Insert and twist. Then we connect to our BNC monitor cables, green to green, red to red. So now we have to go with the connections. We have to find, this is green, yellow. So it says GY, go in with the green there. To in, you'll see the input and output. Blue, and then red, and twist. Double check your connections, make sure everything's good, that you have all the colors aligned correctly, and then power up your monitor to the input.
Next thing you do is power up the bars on your camera. The first step to calibrating your monitor is make sure that it's been warmed up for a little bit. Make sure no lights on the set are actually hitting your monitor. The contrast dial, set that to the middle, usually where it clicks. Now look at the plugge bars. These are the picture lineup generating equipment. On a scale of 0 to 100, 100 being pure white, 0 being pure black, this is also called the IRE scale. The plugge bar on the left is 3.5 IREs, the one in the middle is 7.5, and the one on the right is 11.5. Turn up your brightness until you can just barely see the rightmost bar. The one on the left in the middle should disappear completely into black. Now turn the contrast dial up to maximum. Turn it down until this white bar does not flare anymore. Now your monitor is adjusted for brightness and contrast. Now we can move to colors. Most professional monitors have a blue only or blue gun or screens check button. Go ahead and select that until you see a blue screen. If you don't have a blue only button, get a sheet of full CTB, which is color temperature blue, color correction gel. Hold it up to your eye and make sure you can't distinguish colors like red and yellow anymore. Our next step is to calibrate the phase and the chroma level on the monitor. Now the phase is going to control the monitor leaning to green or to magenta, whereas the chroma or chrominance level is going to control the intensity of the colors, or how much the colors go to a primary color rather than have white mixed in with it. Our primary concern is the leftmost gray bar and the rightmost blue bar, and the cyan and the magenta bars in the middle. You see those bars in the center right there? There's a line between the center, and as you change the phase, you can see that the bars in the center of the frame become uniform, and that line, that dividing line, begins to disappear. So that is the purpose of adjusting the phase on the monitors, to make sure that those two center bars are completely uniform and there's no division between the top bar and the bottom bar. The chroma level dial is usually right next to the phase dial on the monitor, so it makes it easy to jump from one to the next really easily. And as we adjust the chroma level, we're going to notice that the outer bars, the outer vertical bars on the left and the right hand side of the frame are going to change their uniformity with the bottom bars beneath them. And as they do that, you're going to see how that they become more subtle and more uniform as we adjust the chroma. But then the two center bars kind of come off of their uniformity again a little bit as we continue to change the chroma level. So after we do the chroma level, we have to go back to the phase and just do one final adjustment to make sure that the middle bars come back to being uniform again. And as you can see right here, they come back to being uniform and we have a perfectly calibrated monitor. Okay, this section is going to discuss the Steadicam flyer prep and operation. It's going to be about 15 minutes. We're going to go through every single step by step, of actually removing the Steadicam from the bag, setting up the tripod, setting up the Steadicam on the tripod, then going ahead and adjusting the pitch, the yaw, and the speed of the Steadicam. And it's all going to happen live in front of you so you can see exactly what's going on. After that, we're going to show you some samples of Steadicam operation using different techniques. This program will not be entirely narrated. We're going to go ahead and let you listen to the set audio. Even though the audio on the set was not very good, unfortunately, because we used a camera microphone, which was a big mistake, and we didn't realize until later just how bad the noise was from the traffic nearby. So what we did is, on certain critical times when you probably can't hear the DP describing what he's doing, we went ahead and added text at the bottom of the screen to give you kind of a backup in case you can't hear him. You can always just read the text and know exactly what he's doing at that point. So what Evan's done right now is he set up the tripod to hang the entire device on, the entire Steadicam on. He set up also the T-bar at the top that allows you to hang the Steadicam arm as well as the sled. And right now he just took out the Steadicam arm and he's hanging that on that T-bar. There's a sled right there, and he's going to fold down the monitor here in just a second. And as soon as he folds down the monitor, he's going to be able to take out the battery that goes in the back of the sled. The battery also acts as a balancing mechanism. The weight of the battery has a lot to do with the balance of the sled itself. So if you were to use a heavier battery at this point instead of this Hytron 50, you would have to readjust the sled distribution weight. But right now he's got his sled balanced for that. So now he's going to go ahead and remove the camera from the tripod. We were using it earlier. He's going to remove the base plates and also the mat box, and he's going to use a different set of base plates and rod system that he's got right there, which is more acutely balanced for his Steadicam flyer rig. Next, he's going to go ahead and remove the old quick release plate that was on there for the Vinton tripod, and he's going to use the quick release plate that's designed for the Steadicam flyer. It has special features on it that allow it to be adjusted forward and back while sitting on the Steadicam so that you don't have to remove it every single time. Notice now when he locks it onto the sled right now, he's going to go ahead and lock in the quick release plate. Then he's going to push back the T-bar safety, and that's a little safety knob right there. He's going to push that back, then he'll remove the sled. And when he removes the sled, it's going to fall forward very sharply, and that's a little bit beyond the range of where you'd want to adjust it actually on the Steadicam. So he's going to go ahead and remove the camera, remove the quick release plate, and then readjust the screws so that the camera sits back a little bit more and it doesn't fall forward so sharply anymore. Now when he puts it on there, it's going to have a little bit more of that fore-aft adjustment where you can actually push it forward and back by using the Steadicam itself, but you don't have to make as much of a major adjustment. Now he's hooking up the BNC to RCA adapter, a little tiny little $2 adapter. That allows him to hook up the RCA cable, which is going to then hook up into the camera. It's one of those combo cables for that Sony camera. That way he can see on his screen at the bottom of the sled what the camera is seeing. So he went ahead and swapped the T-bar around so that the elbow of the sled can now go ahead and mount directly onto the T-bar, and he can make adjustments like that. So he just went ahead and took out the special Allen wrench that he has on there, and he's making an adjustment to the height of the sled. And it doesn't just change the height, it changes another aspect of the Steadicam. Why are you lowering it?
Okay, sorry. I'm lowering it so that it can get a better speed. What speed in this particular sense means is a better ability to control the downward or forward pitch or speed in which it rises and falls.
Okay.
Which we'll test in a second, but it also just helps for the balancing purposes. This is pitch and yaw. So by moving it forward and back, it's balancing against the battery and the monitor, and by moving it side to side, it's just keeping its own weight on center. As you can tell, it's falling kind of left and forward right now.
Yeah.
So it needs to go back a little. We've added a little bubble level here that helps us to determine if we're balanced or not. The wind is not helping right here. very slight movements at the very end get very precise.
Okay.
So that's a pretty slow move. That's pretty good. That means we're pretty close to being balanced. 1/1000, 2/1000. 2 seconds is about what you want on a good speed balance. It's almost impossible for me to balance it with this much wind.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to take this off this for now. Should be close enough to balance. And I'm going to make sure that my vest is properly set up. The vest should rest very firmly on your hip bones, like right here, but you should also feel some pressure on your shoulders. This adjustment adjusts for height of the user. Like that's too much because now it's pulling this off of my hip bones. So this is about right for me. Okay. Now the arm, which of course this is where all the money is. The bottom one you always kind of leave open because it really doesn't matter. The top one determines your angle of ascension forward and back.
Yeah.
And so I know for me I'm 5.5 turns. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. So when I set this in here, I just tighten down this bottom one. This should be in the right set of ascension. If you're slightly leaning back, this should balance out right in front of you.
That's cool.
There's also control for side-to-side yaw, which is right here, but it's already set. These two controls will set the angle this way for side-to-side yaw.
Okay.
And every operator has a slightly different feel for that.
Right.
Okay. When you operate a Steadicam and you pull it off, you always bring the pin in and compress the arm as you're standing up, like this. That way when you lift off, basically in balance. Now my arms are loose right now, which is why the whole system's dragging down. So these right here control the tension in the arm itself. A good starting place is to have both arms parallel, because that gives you the most amount of movement. If both arms will naturally sit parallel, then you have 15 inches down and 15 inches up. So I have this much height and that much length. So that's the most amount of travel you're going to have on the arm at any one time. I feel like I'm a little high. This is a very light touch. I'm never using more than 3 fingers here, maybe 4, but I'm hardly really moving it at all. I'm not controlling the camera in any way except to just keep it from moving. This right here controls the up and down, but you still, again, it's like a very light touch. It's just enough to keep it from going where you don't want it to go. If you notice as I walk, the Steadicam absorbs all the terrain. All Steadicam operations happen at a slight angle from your body. It takes a little while to get used to walking slight diagonal, but eventually you do. This is actually a really good practice to learn how to keep your own center of balance. It gives you an idea of exactly what's happening. The camera itself is literally floating in air on the 2 springs. So even though theoretically I kind of have to keep it from going anywhere because there's a little bit too much movement. This is pointed down now a little. for me to tell
I know, I
anything
know.
that's going on. Yes.
Wonderful boyfriend.
Okay, keep going.
Grab a light too.
Okay.
Action. Stand by. You ready, Evan? And action.
Totally in the shadow.
Let's try it again.
Start
And
over.
action. And action.
You're upside down.
That's